And welcome to the June 14th Mayor and Council meeting. And we're going to start this off with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would like to ask our former council member, Terry Joyner, to lead us in the pledge. Terry.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, former council member Terry Joyner. If you all really want to know where the bones are buried, you need to talk to that fellow right there. We'd love to have him back in City Hall again. Welcome, Terry. Okay, the next item on the agenda, which is an exciting item that I'm very pleased to be able to present, and very, very excited to welcome Captain Joe Pennino as Roswell's new fire chief. Or, I'm sorry, I said captain, didn't I? Oh, my goodness. I thought I got demoted. Yeah.
That's correct.
Oh, well, that didn't take you long. So I apologize. Chief Pennino stood out and was offered one of the most important positions within the city of Roswell. Both his experience as Largo's deputy chief and his extensive education made him our top choice for the job. I know he will be a great leader for our fire department and our firefighters, and I am looking forward to working with him to make the department even greater than it is today. So I would like everyone here to welcome aboard Chief Pennino. Now, I would also like to say I'm going to give him some props on his personal side. And I met his lovely wife, Meredith, earlier tonight. And so Meredith is on this journey along with the chief to make Roswell her new home, as well as the chief's new home. And thank you. We welcome you. Please know that we are here with outstretched arms, and you will be embraced in our community. And then also, the chief, here's a little known factoid. When not at work, they enjoy being at their cabin in Blue Ridge, hiking and mountain biking. So it's my understanding, Chief, you've owned this cabin for quite some time?
About a year now.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Thank you. You were destined to be in Roswell. So thank you, Chief. And once again, we're going to have a swearing-in ceremony this evening. And so I am going to go ahead and turn it over to Chief Ricky Spencer, who's going to swear you in, and we will go from there. So thank you. So and we'll do pictures afterwards, so that's coming any minute.
Please repeat after me. I, Joseph Pennino, do solemnly swear
I, Joseph Pennino, do solemnly swear
that I will support and protect the Constitution
that I will support and protect the Constitution
of the United States and of the state of Georgia,
of the United States and of the state of Georgia,
and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same,
and I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same,
that I am entitled to hold the office under the Constitution
that I am entitled to hold office under the Constitution
and the laws of the state of Georgia,
and the laws of the state of Georgia,
the charter of the city of Roswell,
and the charter of the city of Roswell,
and that I will faithfully perform all duties
and that I will faithfully perform all duties
of the office of Fire Chief in the city of Roswell,
of the office of Fire Chief of the city of Roswell,
upon which I'm about to enter, so help me God.
upon which I'm about to enter, so help me God.
Congratulations, Chief.
Thank you.
And may I say this before I yield the floor to Chief Pennino? I would like to thank our previous Roswell fire chiefs, Ricky Burnett and also Ricky Spencer, that Chief Pennino, while your light is shining tonight, I would like to thank these gentlemen because they're the light that led you on this path. So thank you to the former chiefs.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm honored to share this occasion with you and am humbled by the trust that you've placed in me to lead this exceptional organization and to serve the citizens of Roswell. I would like to take a moment to again acknowledge two special guests, previous fire chiefs Ricky Spencer and Ricky Burnett. Chiefs, please stand. It should be recognized that these gentlemen will forever be a part of this remarkable department's story, as they have laid the foundation on which the Roswell Fire Department now rests. Thank you, Chiefs. I would also like to thank the members of my leadership team and, of course, Roswell's bravest, who together have been steadfast in serving the citizens of Roswell through the hazards and uncertainty this last year has produced. I can promise you as fire chief and as a Roswell resident, if I can trust them to protect my family, so can you. I would like to thank the other department directors, the interim city administrator, city staff, and the surrounding fire chiefs for the warm welcome they have given me. In attendance tonight, I saw Milton Fire Chief Gabe Ben Musa. Chief, thank you for attending. Finally, I would like to thank my lovely wife, Meredith, of 15 years, who believed in me enough to follow me 500 miles from the place where we were both born and raised. Thank you. The Roswell Fire Department has a rich history. Since its inception in 1937, it has gone through a tremendous amount of change, success, trials, and tribulations, as has the city of Roswell. It is my vision that the Roswell Fire Department maintain its distinguished reputation by staying at the forefront of an occupation that is ever evolving. Whatever the future of the Roswell Fire Department may hold, I can promise you it will be achieved through a data-driven approach using industry best practices while always acting in the best interest of the citizens of Roswell whom we serve. As the leader of this great department, I recognize the importance of transparency, trust, open communication, and will always look out for the well-being of our personnel. Additionally, I will look for ways to promote an inclusive environment where all members have an avenue to contribute. Finally, the Roswell Fire Department looks forward to collaborating with you, Mayor and Council, the other city departments, with our community stakeholders, and of course our surrounding fire departments, as we are most certainly better together. Again, I want to thank you for this tremendous opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Pennino. And what I would like to ask now, we're going to do two sets of pictures. One is I'd like to ask you and your wife and the chiefs, anyone that you would like up here to take a council picture. And then all of the firefighters and our first responders, the chief would like a picture with you out in the rotunda, which also gives you a pretty smooth getaway for not remaining in the rest of the meeting. So we thank you for coming tonight. That's awesome. Your support for our new chief and the next chapter of our fire department is very important. So thank you all. So Chief, if you would come forward and we'll get a picture with you, and then we'll let you go out to the rotunda.
Okay, 1, 2. Couple more. Do you want to get on this side? On the other side of Meredith? Perfect. 1, 2. Couple more. All right.
It's an exciting day in Roswell. We will move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the National Flag Day. Whereas the Continental Congress of the United States on June 14th, 1777 adopted the first official flag of the United States, and whereas the Congress of the United States on August 3rd, 1949 officially designated June 14th of each year as National Flag Day, and whereas the Congress of the United States on June 20th, 1965 adopted a joint resolution approved by the President to recognize a pause for the Pledge of Allegiance as part of National Flag Day ceremonies and urged all Americans to participate. And whereas the City of Roswell has always been proud of our national flag and what it symbolizes, knowing that it stands for the best that humankind has ever sought and achieved in the history of this world. Now, therefore, I, Lori Henry, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim our participation in National Flag Day on June 14th and to invite all of our citizens to join in our common declaration of faith represented in the words of the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have anyone here from the DAR? Please come forward. Thank you so much. And is there anything else that you would like to tell us about National Flag Day that I haven't covered? I hate to put you on the spot.
No, the DAR is proud to promote patriotism, historic preservation, and education. So as flag chairman, I'm honored to give you guys all a little flag lapel, so please wear it proudly. And we're very happy that Roswell is supporting National Flag Day.
Awesome, thank you. Can we have a picture with you?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, you're good.
Okay, we're going to be ready for the pictures for the Amateur Radio Week. I got it all lined up here. Whereas amateur radio operations are celebrating over a century of human voice broadcast over the airwaves, and amateur radio continues to provide a bridge among societies and countries, creating friendships and sharing of ideas. And whereas the North Fulton Amateur Radio League members have provided countless hours of uncompensated community service by providing backup communication services to the City of Roswell Police and Fire Departments, communications to the American Red Cross, communications to local charitable events, and other organizations throughout the region. And whereas the City of Roswell recognizes and appreciates the diligence of these hams, who also serve as weather spotters in the Skywarn program of the National Weather Service and provide relevance in our highly modern technical world by providing emergency communications when other systems fail. And whereas the North Fulton Amateur Radio League will participate in a yearly national event sponsored by the ARRL called Field Day as an emergency preparedness exercise that will take place on June 26th and June 27th, this event will demonstrate amateur radio skills and readiness to provide self-supporting communications without further infrastructure being required. Now therefore I, Lori Henry, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the week of June 20th, 2021 as Amateur Radio Week in the City of Roswell, Georgia, and ask our residents and visitors to recognize the importance of this event and the significance of amateur radio to our citizens and our community. And before I hand this over to one of our hams, I would also like to say, and I would like you to maybe come forward and speak about this a little bit, but the service that you're providing to the community when technology fails is very key, and I want our residents to understand that which you are contributing, but then also your event that you have on the, what was it, the 26th and the 27th? I'm telling you, all you moms and dads out there that are just hungering for those events to take your children to, learning experiences, this is one of the biggest ones. It's a blast. So hopefully I will see you all there. And is there someone that'll come forward from our amateur radio? Thank you, sir. And please help us to understand a little bit about what you do and how important it is when all else fails.
Mayor and council, we really appreciate that you have recognized amateur radio this week. And when we have this event on Saturday and Sunday, it starts at 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon and goes to 2 o'clock on Sunday. And the whole objective here is if something happened in this country where we lost all communications, then amateur radio is one of the few things where you actually can communicate across the world and across the United States. It does not have the connectivity that all of our other communication systems have, so it's vastly important that ham radio continues to be successful and to have participation. We would like to invite council members, the mayor, to come out anytime Saturday afternoon, Sunday, and see what we do, and especially all the residents. Come out, tell your children, bring your children. You will be amazed at what you see and how this operates. You'll be able to see how this whole system works. So I think you'll be pleasantly surprised, and we're having a dinner, I think about maybe 6 or somewhere along there. And if you want to come have a hamburger or hot dog, please come. And once again, thank you so very much. And if you have any other questions, I'll try to answer them for you.
Thank you, sir. I think that was a pretty good overview, but we'd love to have a picture with you if all your folks would come forward. Sure. Thank you.
You move over that way? Over to the other side? All the way. There we go. Ready? Thank you.
I absolutely love seeing these former public servants looking so relaxed and enjoying life. That's awesome. Okay, I'm going to move something out of order. First I want to call under my report the recognition of walk-friendly community designation. Mr. Del Ross, is it?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'll be quick. I know we have a long night in front of us. I'd like to turn it over to Planning Manager Dave Cox for a few quick words. Just like the APWA reaccreditation a couple of weeks ago that was literally on the backs of a lot of our administrative staff, we would not be here tonight to celebrate Walk Friendly without our planning division. That's Dave Cox, Planning Manager, and his two planners, Mark Dana and Caitlin Martin.
Thank you, Rob. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here to talk about the walk-friendly community. I am proud to say we have now been officially designated, the City of Roswell, as a walk-friendly community at the bronze level. Basically, what walk-friendly communities are is a national recognition program to encourage cities to put pen to paper and support walking initiatives to promote safety and mobility. One thing when I started here 5 years ago was our former transportation director said, Dave, I want you to make us a walk-friendly community. We tried about 3 or 4 years ago. We were unsuccessful because we lacked a few of the key tools. We have since sought those out and secured a few things such as our bicycle and pedestrian master plan. We have signed the International Charter for Walking, and we've also pledged support via resolutions for various walking initiatives. And most importantly, we have built a lot of sidewalks and bicycle facilities around the city. So that's what we're most proud of. So in closing, I would like to thank my staff, Mark Dana and Caitlin Martin. They did a lot of the legwork and research and preparing the application. I'd also like to thank Eric Lusher. Eric, if you wouldn't mind standing. Eric is with Pond. He was on our consultant team who led the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, and one of their key tasks was to make us a walk-friendly community. So thank you to Pond and the team. And lastly, I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council. Without your support, this would have not been possible, and we really appreciate your vision on what Roswell will become. So this is definitely a red letter day for the city of Roswell. So we're very proud, and thank you very much. And we also have a plaque, and we also have several new signs you will be seeing posted around the city, around our city limit signs, basically bragging that we are now a walk-friendly community. And one thing I forgot to mention is we are one of 3 cities in Georgia that are both a walk-friendly community and a bicycle-friendly community. So those are 2 big feathers to have in our cap. So we're a very great day.
Awesome. 3 in the state of Georgia, and we are one of those. Thank you so much. I'd love to have a picture with you, but then also I'd like to hear it for our transportation department, this feather in our cap.
Ready? Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of a Board of Zoning Appeals appointment, Mr. Mark Schumacher. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. And once again, I would like to thank our volunteers, not just boards and commissions, but the various volunteers in the city of Roswell. You truly make Roswell the community that it is. We couldn't do it without you. So thank you again. The next item I'd like to move up is the Public Safety Department. Councilmember Matt Judy, item number 12.
Thank you, Mayor. We kept them here till all hours of the night last time, so I know they appreciate this. Number 12, approval of a text amendment to Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.7, Air Pollution Control, Section 8.7.4, prohibit acts by deleting Section 8.7.3, open burning, and creating a new Section 8.3.19, open burning of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell. This is the second reading.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And we would like to ask approval of this ordinance. We've been through it several times. We have not changed anything. And this ordinance is strictly to enhance the safety of our community and to make sure that people can safely work, play, and live in the city of Roswell.
Thank you, sir, and I apologize, I was busy putting my flag pin on. Mr. Davidson, this is second reading, so if you take over, please.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.7, Air Pollution Control, Section 8.7.4, Prohibited Acts by deleting Section 8.7.3, Open Burning, and creating a new Section 8.3.19, Open Burning of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendment. Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.7, Air Pollution Control is amended by deleting Section 8.7.3 in its entirety. Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.7, Air Pollution Control, Section 8.7.4, Prohibited Acts is deleted in its entirety and replaced with a new Section 8.7.4 to read as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. In Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.3, Fire Protection and Prevention is amended by adding a new Section 8.3.19 to read as follows. Again, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Staff has done a very brief overview. Are there questions from council? I don't see any hands up. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no one approach. Oh, yes, sir. Please come forward.
I'd just like to know more specifically what the ordinance says.
Please identify yourself.
Oh, Jason Yowell.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to know what the ordinance actually says, because we just heard a bunch of numbers replacing a bunch of other numbers, and we didn't hear anything of substance as to what is actually being replaced and why it's being replaced and what it's being replaced with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will go through that. This is the second reading, so we've had numerous public meetings where we've covered this, and we are more than happy to cover it again. Gentlemen?
Okay. The previous ordinance was very vague. It came into us under the EPA for environmental, and basically what it was to regulate the pit burns that contractors use to to develop property. They would bulldoze all the trees into a pit and they would burn it. And that, this ordinance came from that to control that burning and prohibit it. The old ordinance did not address anything as far as the size, or excuse me, as far as number of fires on a property. It did not address anything about distance from buildings and structures or combustibles. And it did allow the warming fires, the same as we're allowing now. It did not address the use of flammable liquids as a starter. It did not address any supervision of the fire until the fire is extinguished. The fines for the original ordinance was up to $2,000 and or 180 days in jail or community service. The proposed ordinance will allow for fires larger than 3 feet in diameter with a permit. We have a permit program that will, we can go out and inspect the sites, and if it's safe, we'll allow them to burn. This also facilitates the entertainment industry. If they want to do movie sets that require a fire, then our fire marshal can go out and inspect them, make sure that they're safe, and issue a permit to allow them to burn. The current ordinance does not have any provisions for that. We are requiring that the fires be 25 feet from a structure. Is that right? Did I get that right?
25 feet.
And
Or combustible materials.
or combustible material. And we're allowing commercially manufactured portable fireplaces within 15 feet of a structure. Let's see. Open flame cooking on a grill and a commercial has to be 10 feet from a structure or non-combustible surface. We're still allowing the warming fires. We are requiring that there's only one fire per address unless they get a permit from the fire marshal's office. And again, he'll go out and inspect it and ensure that the site is safe. It also requires that any fire on a property has to be attended until the fire is extinguished, and there must have some type of extinguishing agent or a hose or some sort to extinguish the fire should it start to get out of hand. That's the nutshell.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak? I'll bring this back to council. Additional questions, comments from council? Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Thank you, Chief. I guess a question I have is regarding the campfires and fires used solely for recreational occasions. Now, is it the same if it's propane or gas as if it's wood burning, or is it only if it's wood burning?
This is open burning of solid combustibles.
Okay, so that would not include...
Not propane.
Okay. Now, one I was just thinking of, because I remember when, the restaurants were brought up, because I'm thinking, so VIN 25, they've got a fire pit, but I'm thinking that's probably propane, not actual wood. And then, okay, and then would this cover when it's a propane tank for warmth? Was that already mentioned?
Not,
okay,
that's
so
not part of it.
That's not
That's
restricted
totally
here.
different. That's covered under the fire code, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this is
Totally
not
different
addressing
code.
that. Okay, and those were my those are my questions. Thank you.
Good.
Additional comments from council? Seeing no hands up, do I have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve item number 12.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that is Tizer, Wilsey, Palermo, and Judy. All those opposed? That would be Zapata and Hall. The motion carries. Next item on the agenda is Administration of Finance Department. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And this next one's a very exciting one, so looking forward to hearing more about it. And want to say thanks to everyone who's been a part of this. Item number 5, approval of a resolution to adopt the City of Roswell Strategic Plan 2021 to 2025. This item will be presented by Michael Fischer, Interim City Administrator.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilsey. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the opportunity to adopt a strategic plan. I'll go over quickly just some of what got us here. This evening, we started out back in March of 21 with the draft presentation to Mayor and Council. It was a special called meeting. During that meeting, we met with Planning Next, along with the Roswell Communication team. We announced that the draft plan was out, and we asked for input from the community. Management Partners asked for input from you all during that time, and then they prepared a workbook that summarized all of the suggestions that we got from council and incorporated that from the citizens. On May 12th of 2021, we had a final workshop and a retreat. At that workshop, Management Partners facilitated that to report on the community input by Planning Next, and then they also took any revisions that Mayor and Council had during the workshop, put those together for the meeting tonight. And so tonight we have the strategic plan draft that is being presented to you. You have that in your packets, and it is here for approval of the resolution to adopt the strategic plan tonight. Just to let you know, if this becomes adopted tonight, it's really just the beginning of the work. That's the planning phase. It's a 5-year period for the strategic plan. We will detail out as your management team all the objectives, the actions that would need to be taken. We'll have milestones along the way, who would be responsible for those objectives and actions to be taken, and keep in mind that it would be a living document. It can be updated on a regular basis to keep us moving forward. So tonight we're asking for consideration to approve the resolution to adopt the Roswell Strategic Plan of 2021 to 2025. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. And I would like to ask you to review the public input process that we had involved in this and the number of work sessions council had along with the department heads.
So I don't have the specific times, but we started back in 2019 at the beginning of the year. This has been a 1.5 years or so process. We've had over 2,100 community inputs during that time. Community people that spoke. We had meetings all over the city, some very large that were organized in some of our recreation and parks facilities, some very small pop-up meetings that were very intimate, just in smaller areas, all different times of the day and on the weekends, to try to give everybody an opportunity to come in or to make a comment. And like I said, we had about 2,100 different individuals along the way make those comments over the last 1.5 years.
Thank you, sir. Does council have any questions? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Jason the Owl again. How much did this strategic plan exercise cost? That I'd like to know. It is a document that seems to be bland, generic, and I don't know, kind of a waste of money from where I sit. It's almost a document that the consultants probably pull out and just change little things from one governing authority to the next. Nothing really specific. There were things that stuck out that, you know, I guess these are goals that you're going to work on, because the core values, accountability, communication, inclusion, innovation, trust, excellence, respect, responsiveness, and transparency. Well, we certainly need more of that. In the last 4 years, transparency has definitely been dialed down, respect has been dialed down, responsiveness has been dialed down, and certainly trust has. As far as innovation, that's just a non-existent element in the governance of the city of Roswell altogether. You know, Oxbows are just a tremendous example of how all these things are in demonstrably a huge fail. The rest of this, like I said, it's just so bland, it's so generic, it's just, how much did this cost? The city pays a lot of money for consultants. Every time I see a consultant report, it's like, well, they're stating the obvious. What a waste of money. You paid for that? Wow. I don't understand the need for consultants. If you have leadership, if you have knowledge, if you have experience, you don't need all the consultant exercises that you indulge in here in the city. Just an absolute waste of money. I can't emphasize that enough. My own experience with consultant reports, I had a rezoning application that I made in 2013 that came before council in 2014, and I assiduously read all the things that the city had paid consultants as objectives: saving trees, lower density, connecting communities, all the things that you paid consultants hundreds of thousands of dollars to generate. I came in with an innovative, creative plan. I got turned down. Wow, I gave the city exactly what the consultant said you were looking for. So yeah, the consultant thing, what a waste of money. You got to stop spending money on consultants and hire people to work at the city who can do the job without having outside help. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Not seeing anyone approach, I'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as you know, I stayed during the work session for the strategic plan. I'm disappointed with the outcome of this strategic plan. I believe that just described obvious priority goals, obvious objectives, and obvious values. Seems to me that this has a lack of substantial and detailed goals and objectives. And I said that during the work session. I was expecting a more robust, more detailed strategic plan. To describe just, that we all want to better customer service, that is obvious. That we want economic vitality, we all want that. I've been advocating for economic development position for the last 5 years. Exceptional quality of life, we all believe on that. Dynamic transportation network that optimize mobility, we all believe in this. So I think that after, investing over $200,000 in this study, about 4 different work sessions, the outcome being here very obvious. I'm disappointed with the outcome. So it will be hard for me to support this strategic plan as it is right now.
Additional comments from council? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to recognize all the staff and everybody's time that went into getting the strategic plan to this point. I too had some concerns about the process and some of the processes that we went through, and my biggest concern was, are we really writing a strategic plan for the residents? And I'd just like to read some of the comments from the outreach, and what I look at is, do each part of these goals answer these questions? And if they're not clear in here, I know there's a second step, an implementation plan. That's where we would have to look at it. But this is from the top results from the group that did the outreach, and this is what the residents said. What makes you optimistic was the question. And this is what people see and want in Roswell. the people, the community, and the family-oriented atmosphere. The potential for positive growth and investment that exhibits our character and protects our special sense of place. The unique natural assets like the riverfront and the many parks and recreational amenities, and the opportunity to create and build off an ongoing community conversation. So when I look at the strategic plan, I want to be sure that as we move forward with it and move forward with an implementation plan, that we look at each one of these goals and say, how does this goal address what the residents and the citizens of Roswell want? It's a work in progress. I don't think that this is the end-all, but I think it's a place to start. And I hope that we can really work together to put something together as far as the implementation plan that answers what the Roswell residents want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall, and I would like to add to that I agree with you absolutely. It's all in the implementation, and we need to make sure that we continually listen to our citizens because that's what the strategic plan is for. So the devil is in the details and how we frame those objectives. And Mr. Fischer, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the next step in this would be to look at the objectives, to look at what our department heads see are the projects, the initiatives, the things that they can be doing that brings this strategic plan to fruition. However, it still comes back to this council for a vote and approval. So we're not going to hand this off to staff. They're not going to just run with it. They're going to work very diligently starting tomorrow morning if this is passed. And this will be a guiding document for staff to ensure that they are fulfilling our citizens' requests. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And again, I just want to thank everyone because this strategic plan actually began with the community, and it began with all the engagement sessions that we have. And I believe the number was, over 7,000 comments from over, 2,100 citizens and residents. A lot of good ones, a lot of ones that I hope, we can take forward and continue to grow and help make Roswell the wonderful place to be. I mean, out of the word cloud, I think the top word is Roswell is home, and that's something I think we're all very much committed to. Another big part of this process was having the chance to collaborate and work with other council members, and I think everyone here will agree that we had at least 4 very productive sessions where we really kind of wordsmithed every part of this and, broke out into breakout groups and worked with each other and with staff. So again, I do think it's a work in progress, but I think we started to have some very, very important conversations and look forward to seeing the next step in the implementation plan. So again, thank you to everyone, to management partners, the consultants, and to staff and to the residents.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilsey. Additional comments from council? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So I definitely do commend staff. There was a lot of time put into this, which I certainly appreciate and recognize. The importance and the value of a strategic plan is really, it creates really a guide, or my interpretation, my understanding of the purpose of a strategic plan is it gives a guide to staff to really understand what is the direction of the city brought forward by the elected officials, and that's an important, valuable exercise. And I'd say the public outreach is literally the best I've seen. So I've been in this role for 5.5 years, and I would think the number of responses and engagement was probably literally 100 times better than the second most engaged outreach that we've had. So it was absolutely phenomenal. And with that is where I'm torn, because there was such great engagement that went into it, and it plays such an important role for staff. But then really my issue comes about with the fact that did we really have the right process from the beginning, and did it lead to the right outcome? Because again, what I brought forward in those work sessions and was never able to gain resolution is my concern was the actual meat of what residents were telling us and what we were seeing as the biggest optimisms, the biggest concerns, were not things we were addressing to give clear guidance to staff. Again, I keep on going back to the two top concerns. Top two concerns, number one, development and growth pressures leading to poor outcomes. So that was the number one most common response from so many residents. And there's nothing that I've seen in the strategic plan that's clear, giving staff guidance or request or anything like that of how do we ensure that stops. Number two concern dealt with not having the infrastructure to support the increases and things among that. And again, doesn't get into that. And so where I'm torn is again, the resident outreach part of the process was the best we've ever seen, and it was absolutely fantastic. But for how this was designed did not fully take into account or really even focus on what we were hearing from the residents. And also another concern I have as well, and really what puts me on the fence, is the fact that there is some great stuff in this document. There really are some great items in here that are really important, I feel, for staff and really important for our city. And there's a lot of things that I feel are dilute the message. And that's where I'm on the fence, because I think we all saw that marketing blitz that happened in the last month or whenever that was, where my issue is I hate the idea of anything done for a headline or a photo op. If we're doing something, there should be teeth, there should be meat, there should be progress. And what I don't like is the idea of we move forward this strategic plan, which again, I'm on the fence for. There's the part of me that wants to say, you know what? Let's just go ahead, let's just acknowledge this is not perfect, but it's a good start, and the real work is to come next. But then what I don't like is the idea of being a part of a rubber stamp, which then really takes the focus away from really the more important next step. So I just want to share with the community on why I really am torn on this very important item tonight.
Additional comments from council?
Mayor Henry, can I add one more thing?
Yes, thank you, sir.
After the comments, because I appreciate those. And if this is adopted tonight, let me tell you that it's kind of a stair step going down. Councilmember Zapata mentioned, that some of the stuff we talk about is like a really high level, kind of very generic. But then as you go through the document, when you look at the goal statement, it starts to break that down a little bit. And Councilmember Hall particularly may start me thinking about it too, what the citizens want. When you look at the exceptional quality of life, for example, when you go down and look at the goal statement, it more defines what that exceptional quality of life is for us as staff. What you haven't seen and what we haven't done yet is the whole next step of where we start putting the initiatives together to address these things. So I think each time we move forward, we're going to define more and narrow down more of what we're doing, and as your management team, what we're looking for is that direction so that we can start putting those things together, and you guys will see a lot more of the meat when we get to the actions. But the strategic plan itself is pretty broad. We don't want a rubber stamp either, because we're not going to be able to work with that long term. But I think as we can narrow down this plan to start implementing these things, that's when we can take into account the comments that we're hearing and the things that the citizens want, and start putting some of the action into it. So you don't necessarily see it at the beginning of the strategic plan, but I'm hoping as it all goes through, we'll get down and we'll look at those same comments and make sure in our actions we're incorporating those concerns of the citizens. And that's just something that I can give you as a part of the management team, is we want to do those actions too that are good for the city and good for the citizens. So you don't see it yet in this document, but it's not done yet. So we're still, once we get this adopted, then we go back and we really start putting in a lot of time and effort to get those plans in place of how we achieve these things and build up to that overarching goal for each one of them.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Additional questions from council? Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Motion to approve item number 5, approval of a resolution to adopt the City of Roswell Strategic Plan 2021 to 2025.
I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Do you have a clarifying question?
I do. So my clarifying question is, help me understand, what's the timing where we actually put in that next step, and when do we come up with what are the actual steps that are coming out of that? That's still not clear to me.
So that'll start tomorrow. Once we get the approval of the goals and the objectives and the points that we have in the plan, we will get back with management partners, and they will actually put together a template. They'll fill in the part of the template that's being adopted tonight. And then that comes to your management team, and we work together in updates with you all to start putting action to each one of these goals and objectives. So over the next 5 years, you'll see different things of what we're intending to do to reach these goals and objectives. So I don't know how long that'll take, but it starts right away. It just doesn't start before it's adopted.
And
Does that answer your question?
partially. So I guess just what I'm curious about is when does something come to council where this council will have tough decisions to make and ultimately a vote to do? At what point are we seeing? So if it does get adopted tonight, then again, this is so high level and broad. It's not really getting us to where we need to be. What I'm wondering about is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? Is it a year? You know, what's the timing when this council is going to roll up our sleeves and really create some impact from this?
We would like to have a draft of the action items in 3 months to give you an update. That'll be about September. 3 months after that would be the end of the year. Our goal is to get it done by then. So if we can do a 3-month draft and then get back together, workshop or whatever we might need to start going over those, give an additional 3 months to add, subtract, change, redo, we can do that. But we would love to have something by the end of the year. So I think by the end of this year, but maybe in 3-month intervals. If that's too long, you guys tell us that. We'll bring back what we have really whenever you want, but we're going to be starting the draft as soon as we can.
Councilmember Wilsey, do you have a clarifying question?
Just a comment.
Clarifying question? We've got a motion and a second.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I was just, a question, I mean, is it true that in the key objectives, there are actually some things that are very far along the line as far as being specific projects that would help us meet those
Sure,
goals?
there's some low-hanging fruit that I think we're all going to be really good.
Right.
All of us are going to be good with seeing going, but then there's some other things that might be in year 3, year 4,
Right.
year 5 that we have to prioritize and get in the right order. That may take more discussion and input from all of us collaborating together.
Right, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, and I would like to say that we can't do any of that unless this is passed. So in order to start that clock and get the work done, it has to be passed first. So I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. That is Councilmember Judy, Wilsey, Tizer, and Hall. All those opposed? That'd be Councilmember Palermo and Zapata. The motion carries. And thank you, gentlemen. You've got a lot of work on your hands.
Yes, thank you.
And I will go back to Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item number 6, approval of an ordinance to authorize Fulton County to conduct an election on November 2nd, 2021, and a runoff, if necessary, on November 30th, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $317,617 and a budget amendment 1001-3300-052421 in the amount of $37,005. This is the second reading and is presented by Merle Press City Clerk.
Mr. Davidson, before I hand it over to you for the second reading, I would like to add that this is Fulton County. We don't have any option with Fulton County. Fulton County is calling the shots on this. Hopefully in the near future or in the future, we can renegotiate with Fulton County, perhaps some other counties, to conduct our elections. But right now, I will say they've got us over a barrel. The Fulton County mayors have been talking with Fulton County commissioners about this extensively, and I will tell you that there is a divide on the Fulton County Commission along party lines, and they're not willing to answer right now. So hopefully we will be able to move forward in the future and have other options besides Fulton County. So Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City Council to authorize Fulton County to conduct the election. Now therefore be it ordained by the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, and is hereby ordained and established by authority of the same, that the mayor is authorized to enter into a contract with Fulton County Department of Registrations and Elections to conduct this election using express poll or other such measures approved by the Georgia Secretary of State, which contract is attached hereto and incorporated herein. And if approved, this would be the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Ms. Price, can you give us just an overview of what's going on in your world?
My world is, well, we are having the election November 2nd, as everybody knows. Just to let everybody know that doesn't know yet, qualifying for the election will be August 16th to August 20th. The mayor pretty much said it all. This is the cost. They did break it down by your population as far as the cost, and this is the cost for it now, and there really isn't anything else we can do. There's no more negotiation on the cost of this election.
Thank you, Ms. Press. Does council have any questions? Seeing no hands up, is there anybody in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no one approach, final comments from council before I entertain a motion? I will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. A motion to approve item number 6, approval of an ordinance to authorize Fulton County to conduct an election on November 2nd, 2021, and run off if necessary on November 3rd, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $373,617 and a budget amendment in the amount of $37,005.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Wilsey. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. We will now move on to Councilmember Hall, Community Development.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 7, PV 20205122, 280, 300, 310, and 320 Crossville Road, Parkway Village variance request to section 10.2.3, neighborhood compatibility buffer to reduce the buffer from 150 feet to 40 feet. This item had been withdrawn by the applicant.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. And what is customary for us when the applicant requests a deferral or a withdrawal, that we grant that? However, I will open it up for public comment in case someone is here to speak about this directly. It has been withdrawn. It will not be under consideration in the immediate future. So is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no one come forward, do I have a motion from council?
Motion to withdraw item number 7.
Motion to withdraw by Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by, Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 8, approval of CU 20211-518, 720 Grimes Bridge Road, the Cottage School, removal and revision of prior conditions. Applicant requested a deferral from the May 10th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting to the June 14th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting. Applicant requested a deferral from the June 14th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting to the August 9th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting.
Ms. Dybel, anything to add to that?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, I do actually have the attorney for the applicant here this evening to explain the reason for the deferral.
Mr. Rollator.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Don Rollator. My office is at 200 Foothills Parkway, Marble Hill, Georgia, 30148. I represent the Cottage School. The cottage school has the property at 710 under contract to purchase it. It's a better resolution than amending the conditions. This closing was scheduled for May 25th of this year. The seller of the property requested that that be put off until June in order to allow them to do a tax-deferred exchange or some such matter. Of course, the school consented. The school got a phone call last Thursday that the property owner at 710 is not comfortable with council considering or approving any change in conditions until he has in fact sold the property to the school, and that's now scheduled for June 30th of 2021. Again, the cottage school is a good citizen and is happy to comply. We simply request that you reschedule this hearing far enough in advance to make sure we're done, August 9th, 2021. And at that time, we hope that everything is satisfactory and that we can present you a good application. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Rollator. Does council have any questions? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no one approach, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion that we defer item number 8 until the August 9th, 2021 Mayor and Council meeting.
Motion by Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Item number 9, approval of PV 20211-922, 11510 Woodstock Road, Parkway Village small tract status for the expansion of an existing daycare.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an expansion, as stated, it is an existing daycare. So that's the outline of the property that's requesting the status. There are two properties to the north. You see with the green building, that's a bank, and then the one to the west, to the left of your screen, in the white, that's the existing daycare. So what they're looking to do is expand the parking lot and add an additional building in that red-lined area, which is currently mostly trees on Woodstock Road. Property is owned PV, as are all the adjacencies, with the exception of the property to the south, that is St. George Village. They are zoned RX, residential mixed use. A little information on the daycare. The new building is approximately 21,000 square feet. The applicant is also proposing a ball field and play area on the property. The building itself has classrooms and then an indoor basketball court, multi-purpose room. The total number of children in the building will be 139. Here's a tree plan and site layout. This may be a little clearer. You can see the existing building, the expansion of the parkway, the play field toward the rear, and then in red, the classrooms and gym building. Generally in small track, depending on the district to the rear of the or to the outside of the property, there will be a compatibility buffer. As the property to the south is zone RX, there is actually no compatibility buffer. Staff recommends approval of the application with the following conditions. The property should be developed in substantial accordance with the site plan received for 2021 or is approved by the Design Review Board. The square footages are not guaranteed. Applicant may need to reduce building size or arrange parking as required by staff comments. A combination plat shall be approved and recorded prior to the submittal of any permits, and a traffic study as required by transportation must be submitted prior to the submittal of the Design Review Board. Any questions for staff?
Council have any questions? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I have two questions. I actually think they're more towards Mr. Davidson, but I'll let you all decide. So my first question is, so condition 1 through 3 obviously makes perfect sense to me. Condition number 4, I absolutely see on a lot of large or impactful requests that a traffic study absolutely is necessary and important. When it comes to one where it's just an expansion of an existing business on a small property, I guess to me it doesn't. I really question if that's necessary. And I guess on those grounds, Mr. Davidson, my question is, is that required, or does this council, through a condition, if this council were to choose, would there be the opportunity to waive or adjust that fourth condition? And, you know, perhaps something along the lines of if a, you know, basically maybe the fourth condition is the applicant is not required to receive a traffic study, in which case RDOT, you know, will provide their guidance, and of course, the applicant has the ability to get a traffic study if they have any disagreement with RDOT. Something, anything along those lines. So I guess, Mr. Davidson, I'll just kind of narrow it down. Is anything along those lines legal and permissible?
Yes, so these conditions are just staff recommended conditions. The council is free to accept or reject any of the conditions, or they can modify them as they see fit.
Okay, so that's one that I'd like us to discuss, and of course, that'll probably be a question for the applicant as well, but again, I lean towards thinking that we shouldn't require that for number 4, but instead leave it up to an option for them if they want to just rely on RDOT's basically input or do their own traffic study. That's number 4. For number, I think also, I'd like to add one. So I saw in the letter of intent, the applicant mentioned 8-foot sidewalk.
Correct.
And I guess another question for actually this question is probably for either ComDev or Transportation. So the way that our sidewalks rules work is there'd be a required sidewalk and grass strip. I know that there's some potential hardships on this property, and I guess what I'm wondering is, does council have the authority to require the 8-foot sidewalk that the applicant's already put in the letter of intent, but in a 5th condition that requires the 8-foot sidewalk, basically direct staff to either reduce or eliminate the grass strip requirement for any portions of the sidewalk where there's a hardship? Is that something that's a possibility from legal? Okay.
That's something Transportation wouldn't have any issue with that. That's council's pleasure.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for answering those 2 questions.
Additional questions from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I make a motion to approve item number 9 with the following updated conditions. That we include staff's conditions 1, 2, and 3 as written. The 4th condition be that the council waives the requirement for the traffic study, and the applicant can choose to perform a traffic study if they would want RDOT to use that data in determining requirements related to entrance and exit. And the 5th condition is based on their intent statement that the applicant must construct an 8-foot sidewalk on Woodstock Road, and staff is directed to reduce or eliminate the 2-foot grass buffer requirement for any portion of the sidewalk area that contains any hardship.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. We've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Whoa.
I was going to second, but
excuse me. You're not recognized. Was that a second by Councilmember Zapata?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Zapata. Clarifying question?
I'm just wondering if we...
Clarifying question?
Yes, my clarifying question is, could we hear from the applicant if there's any confusion or concerns with
Well,
those?
we can hear from the applicant, but I'm sure the applicant would support these because we took away a transportation requirement that would cost him money. And obviously, he's acquiesced to the 8-foot sidewalk, depending on the landscape strip. So unless you just want to hear from him, I think he's probably happy. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise their hands. And that would be Zapata, Hall, Tizer. That's unanimous. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 10, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code, UDC, to section 12.7.5.b.4, flood damage protection, structures and buildings within the future conditions floodplain, manufactured homes, and this is the 2nd reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 12, Section 12.7, flood damage prevention Section 12.7.5, flood damage reduction. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 12, Section 12.7, flood damage prevention, Section 12.7.5, flood damage reduction, letter B, number 4, manufactured homes of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Thank you, Mrs. Bromberg.
Thank you. As stated, this is the second reading. Just as a quick reminder in the background, it was initiated by council in March. It was recommended for approval by Planning Commission in April. You approved the first reading on May 10th, and of course, this is the second reading tonight. This is just a quick reminder that this is just removing, at the request of FEMA, a section of the code related to manufactured homes, basically stating they can't be placed up on piers, and that is the only change to the code. Staff, of course, recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council have any questions? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? I'll bring it back to council. Do I have a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to motion that we approve item number 10.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Hall. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Item number 11, approval of a resolution to transmit the 2040 Roswell Comprehensive Plan and annual update to the Short-Term Work Program, STWP, and Capital Improvement Element, CIE, covering the 5-year period 2021 to 2026 to the Department of Community Affairs and the Atlanta Regional Commission.
Yes. Good evening again. Thank you. This is our public meeting scheduled to transmit the comp plan down the state. We started in March of last year, which turned out to not be the best timing for public engagement. But through a lot of work and some innovation of our committee, which some of our members are here tonight, which is nice. There's been a lot of hard work and time put in by them. We've had multiple public meetings. I believe we had record input on some of our surveys and information. So we're pretty happy with all the things we could get done with this as far as getting input and people involved. So I want to thank them and also introduce our consultant, Eric Lusher from Pond, and he is going to present it and go through any questions you may have on the back end, the public process, and then we're open for any other questions. Eric?
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm Eric Lusher with Pond, the consultant on the comprehensive plan. And as we just heard, this is really intended to be what is the required second public hearing as part of this process, which initiates Council's ability to transmit the plan to the Department of Community Affairs and the Atlanta Regional Commission for regulatory review. So I'm going to do a brief presentation of our process. And to contextualize a little bit of what the comprehensive plan is and why it's important, I present this image to you. And this is, as you can see, population change over time. And you can see for many, many years, population was very flat here in Roswell. And then about 1970 or so, Atlanta boomed. And that meant Roswell boomed. And you can see that pretty extreme growth and that extreme population change between 1970 and 2000. And then starting about 2000, we did start to slow down a little bit. We're still growing, but the growth is much more modest. And if we view that using these maps, where we're showing really the density of people, all those dots represent people, you can again sort of see how that change happens and how that growth since 2000 has been much more modest. Now, comp plans are a great opportunity for us to really self-reflect and think about what we want the community to look like in the future. So looking at that history is really a great way to start thinking about where we're trying to go towards the year 2040. So comp plans are required to be updated every 5 years. As I mentioned earlier, we have a process that is somewhat dictated by the Department of Community Affairs. And it's very important to adopt the comp plan eventually. That's not what we're asking for tonight, but ultimately the adoption of the comp plan is very important because it's really what triggers and maintains your ability to retain qualified local government status and also your plan first status, which is very important. And we do that by maintaining and exceeding the minimum planning standards set by the Department of Community Affairs. And then ultimately, it's a great opportunity, as I've alluded to really refine the vision and the future based on the community input we hear in the process. So there are multiple elements of the plan. Many of these are required by the state. However, when most people think about comprehensive plans, ultimately they are thinking about the land use element. I'm going to focus mostly on that tonight, just in the spirit of being succinct. So the planning process. There were 5 overall phases to this process. A research phase, which is really where we focused on just understanding what are the conditions here in the community. A vision phase where we worked extensively with the community to, well, develop a vision. A development phase where we started to develop the initiatives and ideas that would formulate the plan. The documentation phase where we documented the plan. And now the phase that we're starting this evening, the eventual adoption of the plan. So the key thread running through this entire process was community engagement. And as Kevin alluded to earlier, actually our first public hearing was March 9th, 2020. I think that was the last in-person council meeting before the world didn't work so well suddenly. And so that was an unfortunate time to start a process like this. Fortunately, we were able to pivot pretty quickly and move to a series of online meetings, surveys, interactive maps, all types of things that really helped us get through this process despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the image, and I should say also that, and I'll go into this in a moment, the volume of input that we received arguably was higher and more impactful, in my opinion, than what we would have received in a more conventional process. So I think there is a little bit of a success story to tell there despite the challenges that we encountered. Real quick on the image on the screen, there's a lot going on there, as you can see. But really what this is describing is all the different exercises, all the different meetings, all the different things that we did in this process from a community engagement standpoint of view to get input and then use it to formulate the plan. So to jump into some of the specifics of that, we opened up with an interactive map, which you can see here on the screen, where we had over 2,700 comments and additional abilities for people to upvote and downvote comments that they had seen on the interactive map. And we really use this as the springboard to start the conversation in our process. 2 exercises that came out of that interactive map, which you see depicted here, are change and preserve and urban scale. And change and preserve really helps us identify what parts of the community are people looking at that they see opportunity for the community to be better. And likewise, what parts of the community do they want to preserve. On the other end of the spectrum, urban scale really helps us identify, well, what the scale of the community should be. We're not getting necessarily into the land use, but we are getting into what type of environment, what type of urban environment or lack thereof that people would like to see. So we use those results to develop some overall themes and ideas. And you can see here on the screen, we basically ask questions to our stakeholder committee and also to the general public. And through this process, we were able to confirm that our interpretation of the raw results we were getting, we were on the right track. But also you can see, as this example shows, we were getting broad support for the direction we were moving in. We did also do some deeper dives into what we refer to as sub-areas along the Holcomb Bridge Road corridor. And the idea behind this was really to articulate in more detail a vision for redevelopment in these parts of the community that, well, redevelopment is somewhat ripe. So we had a process, as you can see here again on the screen, where we really tried to distill those high-level ideas into some more specific visions and concepts. Those concepts were further confirmed with the community through an additional interactive map exercise that we did where people were actually able to see the plan, zoom in, zoom out, really understand the amenities and features of what we were talking about. And you can see here's just some comments that came out of that process. Again, we interpreted the feedback that we received from this part of the process with, we interpreted as broad support. And then here again, you can see an image of what all that looks like. So the resulting concepts really were used to guide what we call the future development map and character areas that go along with that. And character areas sometimes, very understandably, can be confused with zoning, but they're not quite zoning. It's a little bit higher level, it's a little bit broader, it's less science-oriented. It's more about feel. What is the feel of the community? So we use those exercises and other exercises, as you can see here, in the community engagement campaign to start really getting, I'm sorry, this keeps kind of moving around on me, really to get some indication of what types of changes or refinements we would want to make to the map that the community currently uses. And we were very specific about this. This is a change that we think makes sense based on the feedback we heard. Do you agree, yes or no, as you can see? There we go. So to talk about the key recommendations and themes, one big theme was to reclassify character errors into groupings by a combination of type and intensity. And you can see that depicted here with that same image that we used early on in the process to depict that concept of urban scale. Urban scale being really the idea that a community has sort of multiple different types of development it can see. Again, we're not getting into use, but everything from rural, undeveloped character all the way to very urban development and everything in between. We also use the plan in this process to really get into some more granularity, particularly with the residential areas. We have, in the current plan, the current adopted plan, we really only have 2 categories for residential in the way our character areas are developed. And we've broken those out now into 4 much more specific, much more granular character areas that really, the intent of that is to give much more specificity and vision and guidance as you continue to make decisions about development. And then finally, the map also really refines how we think about activity and really tries to reinforce the idea of nodal activity, not linear. Linear is along corridors, but nodal, places that people come to. So people come to Canton Street, right? That's a major node of activity here in our community, but there's other nodes of activity. We really wanted to use this map to reinforce and really emphasize those ideas. In particular, one of the categories that we introduced as part of this refinement was the idea of neighborhood serving areas. And the idea behind that is that those neighborhood serving areas really distinguish from our more regional oriented areas. So regional oriented areas like Georgia 400 and Holcomb Bridge Road, those are places that are very important to the region, have sort of regional opportunities and capacities when we think about the type of development that might be appropriate there. But then there are also lots of parts of Roswell that are really just more neighborhood serving. It's the store around the corner that you grab your milk from, you know, the dry cleaner, the hairdresser, that type of thing. So here we have the overall final map, as you can see, all put together, broken out into established residential areas, activity and employment areas, commercial corridors, then also conservation and green space. The final piece that I'll just mention real quick is that the plan also includes a community work program and a capital improvement element, which is related to the impact fees that the city goes through. And these detail specific initiatives and investments that the city anticipates making in the next short-term 5 years. So with that, like I said, I wanted to try to keep it brief. There's a lot of detail that went into this plan, but really did want to give you a general sense of the work that we accomplished.
Council have any questions? Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent. Thank you for that presentation. For listening to some of the meetings, looking at minutes, et cetera, it really was impressive. Just the great discussion and really progress as seen with this draft. So I think it really is a great first step and an important step. And then of course too, given that it is a large group of volunteers who really did such a great job and put in a lot of time and a lot of effort and really great perspective for the community. And every single conversation I was listening to, on my computer, it definitely was impressive. And of course, because there's volunteers, not everything in the city, not everything in our code or every single aspect was able to take into account, but for the many things they were able to tackle, it was a lot of value added. So great job with staff, the community, everyone involved. I just actually have 2 initial questions so far. One, to confirm, so as we look at, for the different character areas, as we look at compatible future zonings, even if there's a compatible future zoning that's not listed under that character area, it's my understanding that an applicant, a developer, has the right to request that zoning type. and council has the right to approve that zoning type. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is an accurate statement. However, as we've indicated before, should someone come to the city and request that, they will be informed ahead of time that, it does not comply with the comprehensive plan.
Right, and that makes sense, and that's a valuable tool. I just wanted to make sure it's clear that even if it's not under there, and that'd be staff's position, ultimately, they still have the right to request it. Council still has the right to approve it or deny it. That was my first question. Then my second and last initial question is, I believe Ms. Bromberg, I think it was you, or maybe it was you, Ms. Dybel, when you presented this at the committee meeting, it was said that each zoning type is required to be in at least one character area. Is that right?
Each type should be in at least one or more.
But you can't have.
Cannot leave any of them out.
Right, you can't have a zoning type that's not compatible with any, that it has to be at least one. Is that accurate? Am I stating that correctly? Thank you.
Councilmember Judy.
To that first question that Councilman Palermo asked, should a applicant come in with a non-conforming type of development to our comp plan, staff would deny that as the recommendation, correct?
Staff's recommendation would be to deny due to the fact it did not comply with the comprehensive plan. That is correct.
Thank you.
Additional questions from council? Councilmember Palermo.
So I had my high-level question. So I guess, Mayor Henry, I think there's a number of items I'd like to discuss in there if this is the appropriate time. But I think again, it's a great foundation. But I think there was as I read through it, I think there's a number of opportunities for fine-tuning. So I'd love to walk through each one unless you'd like some more discussion first.
Well, what I'd like to do is staff has recommendations for changes in the document. I would like to discuss the staff recommendations that were brought forward and see if we've got any agreement on those, if there's anything controversial, and then we'll just go ahead and knock out what we can there.
Thank you. So to continue the conversation, so this is the recommendation for transmittal of the 2040 comprehensive plan, which includes the short-term work program and capital improvement element as indicated by Eric, to the Department of Community Affairs and the Atlanta Regional Commission. Staff has reviewed the document. We do have a few recommended changes. In the character areas, the major activity to add the recreation zoning, the Parks and Rec as indicated, and the conservation zoning, to add that also to the commercial mixed-use character area. Along the Holcomb Bridge character area, to remove CH zoning, which is commercial heavy, to remove industrial flex, to add the recreation, commercial recreation, and the conservation zoning classifications, and within the historic area downtown character area, to add conservation and open space. Staff comments also include two policies. These were reviewed by the Recreation and Parks Director, and these came from that department, to add a CF7 to implement the recommendations from the current council-adopted Recreation, Park, Historic, and Cultural Affairs 5-year master plan and strategic plan, and to add an NCR 9, which is the Natural Cultural Resources section, continue implementation of the Art and Culture 2030 master plan, creating opportunities for placemaking, artistic expression, cultural celebrations, special events, and programming in our community. And these are the comments that we have from staff. We also have one comment that we received from the stakeholder committee group, which is here, that we requested. This was discussed at a couple of the stakeholder committee meetings back in February and March of this year, to remove the RS18 zoning from the suburban residential character area. The remaining items that we have were comments that we have received from council members. So if you would like to first address these comments from staff, please do. We'd love to answer questions on this.
Thank you, Ms. Dybel. I am not aware of questions or comments that were formulated by council members, so I would like to deal with this in a two-part process. The recommendations made by staff, did the stakeholder committee have a chance to review those? Are those housekeeping measures that should have been done? Could you frame this for me?
So staff took a look at that and looked at the 2035 comprehensive plan and realized that maybe recreation and conservation should have been in all of the classifications. That was also a recommendation from our Recreation and Parks Director. We took a look at the CH and the IX along Holcomb Bridge Road, and noticing that those really aren't the areas for those sections, staff felt that they could be removed from the character area. Did we address that with the stakeholder group? No, we did not. They did get a copy of the plan itself. We did not receive any other comments from the stakeholder committee group related to those, but those were items that staff felt could be removed from that section.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Judy.
So these staff comments were included in the copy that went to the stakeholder committee? No, they were
No.
not. Okay.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, just a quick question. On the suburban residential, if RS 18 is removed, what would be the next, what would be the, I guess the minimum lot size would be allowed in suburban residential?
30,000 square feet.
R30, is that correct?
RS 30.
Okay, so almost 3/4 of an acre?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
I do support these staff recommendations. I think without a doubt, for conservation land and rec and parks land, we should be certainly acknowledging that's compatible everywhere, and that should always be a choice for anyone to choose. So I certainly agree with that. And as we look at Holcomb Bridge, which is a very important area that I certainly want to discuss more tonight, that I certainly agree with that comment there, and I think that's an important start.
Councilmember Judy.
Was the removal of RS18 from suburban residential a majority of the coming from the stakeholder committee, or is that just a stakeholder one or two, or was it recommended by the stakeholder committee?
It was discussed during the February stakeholder committee meeting and also the March stakeholder committee meeting. It was addressed on both sides technically, but it came from the stakeholder committee group. It did not come from staff.
Or was it like agreed upon that should happen?
I think it was more or less
A conversation?
conversation. And there are stakeholder committee members here who might be able to address that as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And actually, can we pull up the map that shows all the different suburban residential areas? Because when I had listened to that, it sounded to me like there was consensus, and I'll show you, I think something that was the way it resonated with me. Because basically what you'll notice, because keep in mind again, we used to just have suburban residential, which was a giant area. Now there's 4 things. A little confusing that we still named one of them suburban residential. Perhaps we should have changed it. But so you've got estate residential, the light blue is obviously the least intense. And then you've got the suburban residential, which is more intense than estate, but less intense than neighborhood residential. And then you've got neighborhood residential, which is obviously more intense than suburban residential. And so notice that area all north of 92, we're talking all of Brookfield, et cetera, is all neighborhood residential. And it's not, and it was my understanding I thought that was the reason, because given the fact that it sounded to me like suburban residential was going to be the RS 30, and whereas in neighborhood residential was the RS 18, which is therefore represented by the Brookfield in these areas. That was the way I interpreted when I was listening to, because when I first saw this map, I was actually surprised to see that that neighborhood residential in that location. But then I went back and saw that was the reason. So that was my interpretation of the consensus.
Can you respond to that? Councilmember Palermo's challenging you, so is it suburban?
So as stated by our consultant, in our current future development map, we have a state residential and suburban residential. Suburban residential, as you know, encompasses most of the city. What the stakeholder group chose to do, and it was discussed at length, was to break it up into 4 different classifications, which, as you can see on the map, the estate, the suburban, the neighborhood, and the active neighborhoods. So the suburban residential was discussed at length several times. So basically what they did mainly was discussed in February of this past year, where they went and they talked about the RS30 and then also at RS9, which is interesting enough, but that was the main discussion in February. And then due to that, we chose to have, they asked for another meeting, which we had in March. The RS18 is discussed here, where they talked about looking at suburban residential. So this is a section from our meeting in February. So we're talking about, we're looking at the zoning perspectives and have to ask them to jump in. So indicating that from a zoning perspective, you wanted to have a relationship between the character areas and the zoning. Certain zonings, you know, there are character zonings are not allowed in certain areas, so you can't do them. But in RS87 and RS30 right now, you can do a state residential, or what we're calling established neighborhoods. So what they're looking for is to go all the way across. So they were talking about the entire area up on the northwest area. But what we wanted to do was concentrate on the RS87 and the RS30 in these areas. But you also wanted to see some different sections. So they also had where you have areas that are really more in the neighborhood residential, which was, as they stated, RS18, RS12, and RS9. So it was discussed at these meetings. So what I'm stating is that the stakeholder group did talk about RS18, and they realistically did talk about it at length related to neighborhood residential, as they state in this meeting in February. This is another comment from a different, from a stakeholder, which is on one of our boards, where she states, I have a similar comment that under your definition of suburban residential, it stops at RS30. And I know that it's not necessarily by zoning, but there is an awful lot of RS18 that the character is very, very similar to what is in RS30, especially in my area and over sort of near Roswell High School, north of 92 to west Wexford, Wildwood area. Those are all still very much in suburban residential fee, in my opinion, but there actually is RS18. So by your definition, what they were talking about at that time is that you would not allow that. So this board member, Allison Rolick, is the one who stated this comments, talks about 18 in her area, but also going west. So what they were asking about and discussing is, in this meeting is, if you took out the RS18 in suburban residential, it would not be allowed. So it was discussed at length. It might not have been totally a consensus. From what I've gathered here in the different meeting minutes, I do have them. It was discussed since this meeting in February was majorly, I guess, talked about by the stakeholders. They chose to have another meeting specifically to talk about the residential, which we held in March of this past year. Mainly looking at those minutes, it was discussed mainly RS30 and RS9. So to say they came to a consensus or not, it is, I would have to say probably not. Some stakeholders felt that you could add RS18 to this area. Some felt that maybe it should just be RS30 and above. And I'd have to state that based on what I'm looking here in the minutes, if you only have RS30 and above, and that's how the council chooses to go, that is how we'll send the plan down. If you choose to add RS18, we can send the plan down with that as well. Does that help answer your question?
It helped me.
Yeah.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you. Just a question. I mean, I believe my home is on a lot of about 26,000 square feet, which seems fairly generous to me. You know, granted, it's in a PRD, so I assume that, you know, the way that's done, you average out over, you know, the entire area and the green space. And but, you know, I think there are quite a few homes that are on smaller lots and also some on larger lots. How does that figure into the consideration?
So the PRD, look here. So in the current document as proposed, the PRD is listed in the suburban residential area, which is what the color is showing up on the map for Horseshoe Bend, Martin's Landing, Willow Springs area out in the northwest section, and also south of 92, surrounded by that light bluish color. That's the estate residential. That is your suburban residential color. So the PRD currently, as proposed in the document, is allowed within the suburban residential area. It is allowed, proposed in the neighborhood residential area, which is the darker, a little bit darker shade of blue. It is proposed currently active. Let me get to the active. I think I missed the active. Page, which one? Oh, here it is. It's also proposed in the active neighborhoods. So it's currently proposed in 4 or 3 of the different classifications. Let me double check and see the estate. It is not in the estate. So 3 out of the 4 currently as proposed. It is in 3 out of the 4 residential areas.
So basically, just to clarify, as long as that size lot was within a PRD, it would be allowed.
Correct.
But if it was outside the PRD, given what's being proposed, it would not be allowed.
So you have a 26,000 square foot lot.
Yeah.
And if it's not in suburban if it's in suburban residential, you're correct, that size would be too small if it's not listed in there. And only if the RS-18 is not an allowed zoning classification within suburban residential.
Thank you. That's a lot to think about. Thanks.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you. I'm good with the recommendations by staff. I think they make great sense. I'm troubled, though, with the removal of RS-18. I think my comments are very similar to Ms. Verdoliak's comments. You know, there's many of those size of lots in those areas. But to be more specific, RS-18 is about 0.4, a little more than a third, a little less than a half an acre, if you do the math. RS-30 is 3/4 of an acre or greater. And if you take a look at, and I did a little bit of work here on the RS-18 issue, there were 24 sales in Roswell over the last 30 days of homes in those areas that met the RS-30 definition. The average price on those, some very high, some a little lower, was about $713,000. If you work that all backwards at about a 4% interest rate, that requires people to have a $200,000 income to qualify for their mortgage and $150,000 in cash just to get in. And I struggle with that, especially since many of the neighborhoods in that particular category already have, 0.4 acre lots, in them. So that one bothers me. But again, I'm fine with some of the staff ones. I have some other issues just in general with things that have been excluded. But, my hope is that, as it gets submitted to the state, that those issues get worked out as the state reviews the process.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. just looking at the definitions of suburban residential compared to neighborhood residential. So suburban residential is, on page 152, suburban residential areas often reflect a large lot and/or natural environment. Whereas under neighborhood residential, these are opportunities for infill and redevelopment on medium to large lots. So that's where I don't see that RS-18 works in the suburban residential. And the great part about the new comp plan, which I think they did a really good job, is they put more colors on the map. You know, that's what it was lacking. I mean, we heard that so many times. But RS-18 doesn't belong in RS or in suburban residential on the future development map.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So 2 comments. One, as a reminder, this is not saying what can go there now. This is for people that want to rezone, so they want to change the zoning of their property. That's what the discussion's being had. And with it, for this one, you know, with the RS-18 compared to RS-30 for this small amount of suburban residential, I could go either way, but again, when I listened to it, you know, as Ms. Dabble, as you mentioned, you said RS-18 was discussed with neighborhood residential, and I completely agree with that. That's how I heard it. In which case, for me on this one, I'm just going based off of this is something that they discussed, and I really felt it seemed there was consensus because, again, otherwise, if RS-18 was in suburban residential, I don't see why Brookfield, for example, among others, would be neighborhood residential. And I believe that was the intent because that's where future things could be rezoned to RS-18, which was seen as similar. So I agree with it. I agree with really the committee by having suburban residential not including RS-18 because one, suburban residential are really not that big of areas anymore, unlike the old codes, suburban residential. And number 2, again, because that was the intent, because frankly, I think there are some areas where it's totally understandable and expected that we're going to want to see more intensity. And there's certain areas where some people might move to Roswell and they want to have more, you know, really just green space and just open space, et cetera, which is what these suburban residential areas currently have. So those are my responses.
Additional comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Judy.
Well, ultimately, our UDC, our zoning code, governs what can and can't be built in these areas. I've been calling for us to take a hard look at the UDC and trying to figure out where we want what built and how, with tremendous public input, et cetera. Being the divisiveness on this, to take out RS-18, which is almost 0.4 of an acre, out of a suburban residential area seems, that has existing RS-18 in it, seems a bit out of line to me. And the fact that there wasn't a consensus that you know, you can say there's consensus or not, but there isn't a consensus that came from the committee to this. I feel kind of not right taking that out. I think if at some point we want in the UDC, we want to look at that and see where our RS-18 goes and where it doesn't, then great. But again, this is a comp plan, and I think this is what we should be looking as an overall guide, and then we can nail down further.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a question for Jackie. Was it considered, or have we considered in the past, as a residential zoning code between R18 and R30? I mean, it seems to me like that's almost a 33% jump between, from a less than half an acre lot to, a full 3/4 acre. So I'm just wondering if there's something in the middle that we can take a look at.
I'm glad you would ask that question. Since the Planning Commission back, I'd say in early 2000s, did actually bring that up and brought that forward. Staff actually worked on one for a a zoning classification for 24,000 square foot lots to be in between the 18 and the 30. But at the time, it did not make it all the way through the process, and we never had that classification. But it has been thought of before, I'd say like 21 years ago.
Additional questions from council? Okay, at this point in time, we're just discussing the staff recommended changes. So I'm going to go to the public to talk about the staff recommendations, and then we'll get to the discussion again. But for the staff recommendations, is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
I'm Denise Rao, 170 Charleston Circle, Roswell, Georgia. I was on the stakeholder committee, and I was the other person in the discussion with Allison Wojcik, so I can probably give some clarification. Number one, we were not discussing future development choices. What we were discussing was the composition, what parcels should go in the character areas. So the whole the conversation was actually a much higher level. And Allison said, basically, she didn't understand why Brookfield West was not part of, quote, suburban residential. And I said, well, for one thing, you have to look at how we were evaluating it, which was we were actually looking at the street patterns to decide what parcels went into what character areas. And in suburban residential, the street patterns were less dense than in neighborhood residential. And then I pointed out to Allison that also Brookfield West happened to be RS 18, not RS 30, which she was quite frankly surprised at. So it really was not, the whole discussion was not on future development. It was deciding what parcels went into the character areas. And from that discussion, we actually took Saddle Creek out of neighborhood residential and put it into suburban residential because the street patterns matched the criteria better. So that's how we were deciding it. And it had nothing to do with future development, and no documentation was ever presented that had RS 18, so it's not a matter of we're taking it out, it was never in. That is my perspective as the other person in the conversation. Also, I would say that this is the traditional area, low density. That's why the infrastructure does not support a lot of development. Most of the RS 30s in this area are on septic, and therefore they're acre lots. So all RS 30s are not the same, which is why I thought it was pretty brilliant, actually, that the consultants came up with the road criteria, because that was something objective that we could all look at. And it was very clear, as you were looking at the map, there were certain patterns, less dense patterns of road, more dense patterns of road. So from my perspective, it's not a matter of taking it out, it was never in. However, we did discuss putting RS 30 into neighborhood residential. Now, the reason being is because there is a lot of RS 30s. Typically, they are in areas where they do have sewer. Their street pattern is denser. But we just thought someone should have the choice if they wanted to do an RS 30. Do we think that would be the most popular? Probably not. But we just thought since it's already there, that in fact, we should include it. So that's my comments on that part. And I'm sure I'll have more. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Hi, I'm Karen Parrish, and I just want to say a thank you to Pond and to the city staff because I'm on different committees for the city. Hello, Mayor and Council, sorry. This was one of my most enjoyable projects that I've taken heart in for the city. So thank you, and I just really I enjoyed this process and the input and all the work that went into it by all the staff and POND individuals. So, but I do agree with Denise Roush, who spoke just before me, about the comments about how we were determining the estate versus suburban versus neighborhood and active neighborhoods. And there wasn't a vote. Jackie's right. There was no vote among all the members that were in that conversation, but I felt like there was an understanding about why we were kind of separating out Brookfield West versus Hollyberry or some of the others. So I do appreciate that. And I do think that the consideration of infrastructure was one of the things that was discussed, because some that are on, like my neighborhood's on all septic, and there's no way to connect to the infrastructure that would accommodate us for that. So that wouldn't accommodate a density maybe that would be higher or be allowed in a different neighborhood structure. So anyway, that was my comments on that topic.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Jason Frazier. I live at 485 Hardscrabble, which is in the suburban residential area. My lot is, just like Denise mentioned and some of the other folks, I have a septic. That's part of the reason I'm RS30. There is no way to connect onto city sewer down Hardscrabble, at least during that, or on that stretch. I also took out of that meeting that RS18 was not part of that, so I also agree that it shouldn't. It's less being removed than I didn't realize that it had been added. I don't think it should be added. I have a lot of fear of excessive infill in that area. If you look at Chafin, for example, on the south leg of Chafin, just south of the circle there, there's been a tremendous amount of infill there since I moved here about 6 years ago, where folks will essentially build a approximately $700,000 house in their front yard, put another one in the backyard. You're slicing and dicing, but they're still in the 700,000 range. So, and then if you tear down an old home, if you're afraid of prices getting too high, you tear down an old home, infill it, prices go up. So if that is your objective, I struggle to see how that is going to help keep prices down or allow more availability into those areas if you're essentially tearing down older homes and infilling with more density. So anyway, that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward.
Yes, Claire Snedeker, 765 Whitehall Way. I am a member of the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, and I was very, very pleased to see the high level of attendance and engagement by the committee this time. It was phenomenal. I also the public responsiveness to the online feedback was outstanding. We got a good cross-section of commentary, broad, I should say. And also, the staff worked with us when we needed to explore other items and added an extra session for us to talk more about RS9, which the whole committee felt like needed more discussion. So the flexibility and the process worked really well for the committee. The scale of development, and I just really want to talk about suburban residential and neighborhood residential. If I put this up here, will this do? Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Hopefully this will show. So there was an intentional discussion, I guess, among the committee about trying to overlap the 4 different residential character areas. So it allowed flexibility of housing options in those. So you can see that estate residential and suburban residential were intentionally circled to overlap. And when we were looking at documents and talking about this in the committee, The only documentation that was presented was that overlap being RS 30. And then if you go down to neighborhood residential, the upper end was not RS, what was the upper end for the overlap there? It's not RS 30, it's the RS 30 is the, 87, sorry, is the upper end. And the lower end for suburban residential is RS 30. And neighborhood residential, we talked about adding it as an item, an option there to allow flexibility if there was a development that wanted to be larger in that area. So we were trying to create like a bridge between each one rather than having them go just cut off on density in one character area and go to the next. We were overlapping, but always our documentation showed RS 30 being that overlap to the right. So for suburban residential and neighborhood residential. So this shows, I'm not sure how to make that scale right. Can someone do that for me, please? Sure. Thank you. So what this is it's showing the compatible future zoning codes there, and RS 18 was not on our documentation for the committee. There might have been some discussion about it with Allison, but it was not a broad-based documentation or discussion. And so RS 18, I was supporting and I believe needs to be deleted in order to be compatible with the documentation from the committee, and that taking it out would be in character with the existing neighborhoods in that area, and adding it scales almost to double density if it's added for existing neighborhoods if it stays in suburban residential. So, and then for neighborhood residential, so this syncs up with staff's recommendation of taking RS 18 out of suburban residential, which is what the committee primarily talked about. And then the next one is neighborhood residential. Again, that bridge was to be RS 30, so the last documentation I understand that we talked about was RS 30 as well as RS 12 being in neighborhood residential, so that RS 12 would then be the overlap with the active neighborhood designation. So I wanted to just show this and ask for these to be made. I believe that's in the spirit of the discussions, and I believe that perhaps we should have done voting on this if we needed to come to the council with a pure, a vote or a majority kind of commentary on this. I also wanted to add that I believe that we focus a lot on land use for residential. I think some other topics maybe didn't get as much discussion as I would have liked, and so I'd love for preservation of trees to be a focus in each one. Some of the character areas have that, some don't. And then the last one is
Mrs. Snedeker, let me just ask you a favor. I'll ask you back to speak again. Right now, we're just discussing the staff changes that they're recommending to see if we want to adopt those or not. And then when we open up the discussion, I'll ask you to come back up and speak if you don't mind.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds to me, and just a head nodding, that the committee is supportive of the changes that staff is recommending. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm following correctly. So is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir. Please come forward, sir, you're on the record.
Is it only this specific facet?
The staff recommendations for their recommended changes. That's just the small grouping I'm discussing right now.
Only the changes, not the things that have been static through the different comp plans that have remained the same.
Right. We're just talking about the recommendations staff is making to the comp plan that the committee, by head nod, is telling me that they agree with.
Okay.
And I will open it up for discussion on the other topics as soon as we put this one to bed.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Judy.
I have three clarifying questions because I got a little bit confused during what was being said there. So is the removal of RS-18 from suburban residential a staff recommendation? No, it's not. Okay. Correct? No, it's not. Okay, that's a committee comment that was given. Okay, so that was my first question. Number two is it was said a couple times in there that in suburban residential that RS-18 and road structure was not in suburban residential, and that's the reason it was moved out. Is there no RS-18 in suburban residential?
Talking about currently?
Yes, currently.
Hold on.
And is there sewer in suburban residential? Because that goes with the same question, because what was being said was that the reason why that was now called suburban residential, because it was different from Brookfield, which had RS-18 in it because it was on sewer and other things. So
the proposed document is showing suburban RS-18 in the suburban residential character area. In the current comp plan, which we have in play right now, which is the 2035, RS-18, of course, is also in suburban residential, since we only have two residential classifications currently, the estate and suburban. What the comments were addressed and discussed during the meetings, as the stakeholder committee members have stated, they did discuss RS-18, whether there was a consensus or not. There was a lot of discussion related to that. Yes, looking through the minutes, they did talk about it a lot. And they did talk about bringing RS-30 forward through the different classifications into the neighborhood residential.
I'm sorry. My question is there currently RS-18 in the suburban residential area? Are there existing like homes that are basically RS-18?
Give me a second. Let me look at a map. No, currently, no. The properties that are zoned RS-18 are in the proposed neighborhood residential. The only ones that are zoned RS-30 are in the suburban residential.
Okay, so there are none existing in all of Roswell.
Wait, hold on. A different one? Oh, okay. So one side right down there, south of Martin's Landing to the east, there is one Northcliffe zoning, Northcliffe subdivision is zoned RS-18, and they are in the proposed suburban residential character area.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. To be clear, everything I've heard is we had committee members stand up and speak, as well as from actually, listening to different committee meetings and looking at the minutes, et cetera. It is not that the committee had RS-18 in suburban residential and then a committee member gave a comment or anything like that. It's the fact that RS-18 was not included in suburban residential in the discussion, but ended up in the sample. So I just want to be crystal clear that it's not a committee recommendation to remove it. It's more of committee saying it wasn't supposed to be there based on the discussion. So I think that's a difference. And again, I'm actually intrigued to learn that how minimal RS-18 is in any part of suburban residential. But again, I think that goes clearly with the intent on why it was decided that RS-18 was in the neighborhood residential. So I think that's a different premise. But an important one as we shape the future map of how we decide and how what developers know are the different appropriate compatible zonings in the different areas.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the comments. I think shedding the light, on the discussion about the roads and infrastructure, makes a lot of sense. I do think that that really varies from area to area within the city regarding, the infrastructure, that is available. And I guess I'm just doing a quick look at at the maps, the property maps, and just like to better understand, not just Martin's Landing, Horseshoe Bend, and Willow Springs, but there are other developments like Riverside Park, you mentioned Northcliffe, Ellard, that all have smaller lot sizes than that. So are they all following under the PRD designation, and that's how they're included?
Butler is a PRD. Riverside Park is not. Riverside Park was developed as a single-family. Not sure. Let me look at the zoning map again. And then I should have brought the map. So Riverside Park is zoned way over here. So here's Horseshoe Bend. Like it's zoned RS 18 as well. So it was developed under that zoning classification when it went through the city. Ellard was annexed in from Fulton County in 1999, and it was approved as a rezoning through Fulton County prior to the annexation. It has been, it was a CUP in Fulton County, a community unit plan, so we zoned it to a planned residential development in 2014. So that's why their lot sizes are different, because of how it was rezoned in Fulton County, and then we annexed it in.
Okay. I guess my concern is just saying that those neighborhoods are undesirable in the future, given, a process of taking that out. So I think there's a lot more to consider to the zoning as far as the infrastructure that's available, that's been mentioned, water, sewer, transportation. I would love for us to be able to look at that intermediate lot size somewhere between R18 and R30, if that's a possibility. But I think it's just part of a bigger conversation that we need to have, and maybe there needs to be another designation in between, suburban residential and, the estate, and then the next level. So anyway, just my thought.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little less, after hearing some of the commentary, I'm a little bit less concerned about the RS-18 comment, but I am very much intrigued by what Ms. Snedeker said about the overlap, especially as it relates to neighborhood, the neighborhood residential category. But where that's leading me, based on our timeframes and deadlines and things like that, it's leading me to want to accept the work that's been done by the committee, accept the staff kind of recommendations, get that submitted to the state so that we get that clock running. And then if we want to begin working on an update to that, where we talk about overlap, where we talk about, a new category that makes a little bit more sense to me, that we don't have 40% of an acre, we have half an acre, that sort of thing. I could see us going down a path like that, but I think, there's been a lot of work done, there's been a huge amount of commentary, and I think for the most part, we're at a point where this ought to get submitted for state review.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Believe me, from a time standpoint, there's nothing that I'd rather be doing right now than actually focused on a later item, which I think I'm hoping will be unanimous and really bring our city forward to support sustainability and really being a leader in the area for our environment. So I'm very sensitive to the fact that we're spending a lot of time on this. But this truly is something that comes around once every 5 years, and every single decision that we approve or deny is based off of what we submit tonight. So, for example, when I meet with city legal and then oppose a rezoning, for example, a big clear-cutting project, it's the comp plan that I'm pointing to. The comp plan is really our guide, both to show developers our vision as well as to give us a legal basis of setting up what is it that we want in our city. So believe me, I would absolutely love to have, you know, a later item that I think some people might be here hopefully to speak on. I'd love to have that now, but the last thing we can do is rush this, because it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that if we submit this to the state, then it's my understanding the only way we can make an edit is basically if the state comes back to us saying, you have to edit this part. We can't just go ahead and change things in a work session next, or in a special called meeting next week. Is that accurate?
So the way it would work is if council elects to transmit this evening to the state, you haven't adopted the plan yet.
I'm sorry?
You will have not adopted the plan yet.
Yep.
The state will make comments, and generally speaking, the adoption of the plan will be based on this version we're looking at now and any comments that the state makes. That doesn't stop you from the day after you adopt this version of the plan from making amendments, making refinements, making any types of changes that you believe are appropriate, and resubmitting. So the purpose of resubmitting, or the purpose, in my opinion, of submitting now is to make the clock. If there are still outstanding discussion items, there clearly are, there's lots of complexity here, lots of, you know, very complicated issues that, you know, may not be able to get sorted out right now in this moment. My general recommendation as a consultant would be submit the plan as is if it's 99.9% where you want it to be, right? I mean, I don't want to suggest that we should submit a plan that you're not comfortable with, but if there are refinements along the lines of what we're discussing tonight that we can't quite work out through the ongoing discussion we're having, there's still the opportunity the second after you adopt this version of the plan to make amendments the next day.
So what Eric is getting at is there are a couple different options. And so, as he stated, we are on a clock. Our certified local government status, we have to update and adopt by October 31st of this year in order to retain that, which, as you know, allows us to collect impact fees, allows us to ask for grants, CDBG grants and all kinds of other different grants that we relate to. So this is we are on a timely matter here. However, as Eric just stated, the day after the adoption, we could come back and say, all right, we want to refine this and come back to some of the questions that we have, which would then allow us to go through all those different items and reconvene the stakeholder committee that you appointed and have them go through all the different changes or different ideas and things that people have brought forward to us. And then once they're done, we take it to the public and put it out to the public for another round of public engagement, and then bring it back to you in order to send it back down to the state. So we will have our adopted document in order to retain the CLG. Perfect. But we learned today that we can do that and then also do an amendment. So you can amend anytime you want based on what we've learned this afternoon and discussions with different things of what's changing and what might happen. So we do have that option.
Let me tell you all where I was going with this, because I'm just trying to encapsulate this. Staff came forward based on the recommendation of the stakeholder committee and staff's recommendations. In your presentation, you had the items we've been discussing. And those would be in addition to the comp plan that was run through the committee that they were given the opportunity to discuss. Okay, so where I personally would like to go with this, and now I'm hearing that there are other ideas out there to revise the comp plan. I don't know what those ideas are. I don't know how many there are. But what I'd like to suggest, what I'd love to do is get a motion on what staff brought forward to approve that. That would be the committee approval for the RS-30 as well as staff recommendations. It would not be approving the comp plan to move forward, just approving those amendments suggested by staff and the committee. That's what I would like to get a vote on that. After we do that, then I would like to open it up for discussion again on what these other ideas, options, suggestions are. And we can tackle those as we go through them. And I would like I said, I have absolutely no idea how many of these suggestions we have. But the other thing I would like to ask you is, if we adopt the changes tonight, it gets that part out of the way, we move forward, and then do we have time to go back to the committee after we hear the suggestions this evening, go back to the committee for them to opine on the suggestions?
Are we approved to transmit with what we have? Oh, sorry, this is off. Not working. Here we go. So are you indicating that we take it back to committee before we transmit the entire document to the state?
That would be my preference if the clock will allow us to do that. If not, if we can't do that by the clock, then I would want a firm motion on approval of the comp plan with the specific requirement that the things that are raised tonight go back to the stakeholder committee for discussion and resolution, and then that be submitted as well. So my preference would be not to transmit it if we have time to do that now.
Okay, so the state has the option to take up to 120 days to review. And we don't know when we get down there whether we're top on the list or if we're number 25 of the review. We don't know. We also know that, do they take 120 days? Probably not, but they have that opportunity. So they're probably going to take at least 60. So we're looking at 2 full months. So if we choose to send it back to the committee, we would need to reconvene, which most likely would mean about a couple of weeks by the time we speak with all the members to try to nail down a date to have that. So we're looking at least at the earliest, the end of June, and then to bring it back to council maybe by the 12th. I can't say for sure, depending on when the meeting would be. So we're looking at possibly, most likely, I would say the 4th Monday of July, which would be July 26th. If we get it here, then we have now vote to transmit. But once we're done, once we've finished that, we have to make the changes in the document, whatever happens with the recommendation. So give or take, I'd say 10 days to 2 weeks. So we're now looking at August 10th, somewhere in that time frame. So that puts us 65, 75 days but before October 31st. So we are cutting it on a time clock there as to if we don't get it down till mid-August and they do take the entire time, then we have not had it, we do not have it adopted by October 31st, which then means we lose our quality local government status. After that, should that happen, I do not actually know what are the steps. We were checking into that, but we don't know officially. Could not reach anybody down at the state this afternoon to check and find out, but we would have to look and see what we'd have to do in order to be able to fix that. I don't know exactly what we would do, but we'd have to probably send down an adopted a plan for their review and then have it adopted officially. Once we get it adopted, guess we'd get the CLG. I don't know exactly what that would mean. I can't answer it.
Okay, well, I would definitely like to get this moving forward in some way, shape, or form. And like I said, I'd like to see a motion that just encapsulates what staff was presented. And then, like I said, I have no idea if there are 1, 2, maybe 3 ideas out there that we can hash out tonight, but, and we can go ahead and do that. But I would at least like to get this portion taken care of so we don't have to revisit that. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So I have a clarifying question because we had met with ComDev and given our input, and I'm not sure, I thought maybe Mayor Henry had met with Ms. Dybel on some of it. Will these?
Who's we, please?
In the meeting, it was Kevin, Jackie, Councilmember Palermo, and myself.
Okay, thank you.
And I just followed up with you today to add a couple more, but we had gone over some of these other things, and they all interplay together. So my concern is, or I would just like to confirm that if we make a motion and approve these staff ones, can we add the other ones as we agree on them as a group to the same group of them?
We can do that, and
we as a
that was my
body.
intention. However, I've got a very grave concern that we've gone through a 2-year process with a stakeholder committee that's put a lot of time and effort into this, and we're putting something out at the 11th hour tonight and negating their hard work. So that's why my preference would be to get it back to them so that any comments council gives this evening, of course, council can say to the committee, you know, we disagree. We want to do something different. That's purely council's prerogative. But I was just trying to carve away at this and get something done. So I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Will we have an opportunity to just go through the other items tonight? I guess that's my question.
Yes, because what I would like is the stakeholder committee to have and council to have the opportunity to hear what they are. And it sounds like staff knows what they are, but we all need to understand what's being proposed. But for me, it's very important to me that this go back to the stakeholder committee, not be legislated tonight from the dais. Thank you. So, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of comments. First, I have a suggestion or recommendation, Mayor. If we could move to the item 16, request by Councilmember Mike Palermo. Seems to be a lot of residents here that they are interested on this point, and then we can continue because it seems like it's going to be a long discussion about the Comp Plan 2020 one that we're discussing. And then, that is great, the job done by the stakeholders, and mayor and council can always tune up the recommendations from staff and from the stakeholders committee. So maybe we can discuss later on all the suggested improvements.
Councilmember Zapata, I'm not going to interrupt these discussions midstream to switch to another topic. So had we discussed it before we started this discussion, that would have been another story altogether. But I'm not going to stop this discussion midstream and then go to a different one. Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really appreciate the input from staff and understanding the thinking on the RS-18 and the suburban residential. And again, that clears up a lot for me based upon what is actually in there and what is actually not. I was under the impression there was more RS-18 in suburban residential, but the fact there is not kind of eases that concern for me. For me, I am with the mayor in a way in which I could support the staff recommendations this evening and the stakeholder recommendation of RS-18 in the suburban residential, and transmit this evening knowing that we will have the chance to go back and change and send to in the meantime, after it goes to the state, send it back to stakeholder committee for input. And then when it comes back to us with the comments from the state, we can then adopt what we want, correct, that's then comes back to us from stakeholder and that. But we go ahead and get the process started with staff, the stakeholder commitment on RS-18, and then we can kind of roll into the rest when we get the statements back from the state and our stakeholder committee and the public, and we understand a little bit better because, all this was in the packet. Whatever's going to be discussed tonight that's coming from other council members hasn't had the chance for people that own property in the areas that we will be discussing to weigh in. Hasn't had the chance for us to look at it and how it interacts with other areas. And I'm really worried with us going down the road of putting something as important as that in a comp plan in the 11th hour. So I would be all for getting this moving and supporting staff and the stakeholders' recommendation now that I understand a little bit better. Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
So thank you, Mayor Henry. Obviously, my preference would be we really work hard together tonight and nail this down, because the comp plan is easily as important as our zoning code. But that being said, in the spirit of compromise, I think I can support what's being proposed, as long as we can make sure that it's really being targeted with the existing committee members, really from the comp plan committee. So I guess what I'd be willing to support tonight is, as the mayor proposed, if we have a vote on the staff recommended changes, including the removing RS18 by correcting that within the suburban residential. And then separately, what I'd ask is if with the motion, the separate motion to transmit, if we could do that after discussion of any items this council wants to bring for additional changes, if we could then have a vote on basically sending those items to the committee so they can have a targeted, hopefully very productive and very expeditious discussion of walking through these different items to come back to us for council to then vote on what we basically want to transmit as an updated comp plan. So that's something that I think it's not ideal for me, but I think it's a fair compromise, and I like the mayor's suggestion around the two-step process.
Councilmember Palermo, would you be agreeable? I don't know how many items we're talking about, but to go through them step by step and vote on them, yay, nay, to forward them back to the stakeholder committee. What my preference would be is that after we entertain the motion for the staff and the committee changes, then we have an open discussion. I'll open it up to the public again, and that way the committee members that are here will hear what the suggestions were. They can hash that out, and there's not necessarily a consensus from council. It's just these are ideas presented by one or two of the council members. So would you be agreeable to that, Councilmember Palermo?
So clarifying, even though I preferred the having the liaison do a motion with any items discussed, instead of, to your point, hashing out and having a yay or nay and perhaps a long debate, could we do the opportunity where each council member proposes any suggestions they want to include, and then without the votes, there's not necessarily consensus, but those will be the items that the committee will target and be focused on, basically them giving their yay or nay back to us for us to eventually vote on. Would that meet your needs?
Well, what I'm trying to say is we throw it out there. That opens up the discussion with the committee. Other discussions may come of that, but I don't want to restrict it just to a council member's suggestion because, for example, there are folks up here in the dais that have no idea what these suggestions are. So to get us to commit to something like that, my preference would be, I'm sure they're very valid suggestions that we'll all want to support, but what I'd like to do is get that back to the committee, because the committee did all of the work. They did a lot of hard work. They understand the issues. They know better than anyone else in this room what we're talking about here tonight. So that's why I would like to get it back to them. I don't really want to put a constraint on them and tell them just to listen to these items, because an item that comes up tonight might trigger something else that the committee might want to discuss.
And I think you make some valid points. My goal is just to make sure, I don't want to make sure this is too extended of a process. I want to make sure that in 2021 ASAP, we have the committee discussing, potential updates, coming back with their feedback to council, and council ultimately voting on an updated transmittal. And I don't want to risk that being something that's just drawn out too long, and therefore we have a comp plan that we don't see as ideal. And to be clear, I certainly have a long list of items. None of the items are in any conflict with any of the committee discussion. These are all separate, that were actually items that were just never discussed. And so that was kind of the homework I did as I read through the entire comp plan draft, as well as looking back at the history of the meetings.
Well, I thank you for doing your homework and putting all of that together. What I'd like to suggest in the future would be take that one step further and share it with your colleagues before we're at the dais at the last minute. So what I would also support in this conversation is that when Councilmember Hall makes her motion, that it be very, very clear that we're not going to let any of this slide, that we are looking at this, we have to have a transmittal. My suggestion from what staff says tonight, transmittal, we should vote for that tonight, as well as staff and stakeholder changes. Then a separate motion that we bring these items that we've discussed tonight back to the stakeholder committee and then back to this council for inclusion if we so choose in the comp plan. So, Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you. I'm fine approving to transmit with staff and the RS-18 change tonight. What I'm not okay with, because apparently there's a list of things that most of us have no idea what they are, and these things all ride upon each other. And so I even have a hard time. Here's my compromise. I don't know what this list of things is, but just take the list. I'll even go sight unseen and vote for it to go to the committee for them to review the items. What I'm opposed to is discussing each individual item tonight, because the public doesn't know what they are either. And there are likely members of the public who would also like to speak if they knew what those items were. And so in the spirit of transparency, in the spirit of good public outreach, which this program has, we've heard from everyone, has had great public outreach. I don't think we ought to be discussing things that didn't make it into the packet, that people don't know what they are. But I'm perfectly fine with whatever's on the list, sight unseen, sending it back to the committee. But let's get the document, the changes made by, the recommendations by staff and the RS-18 down to the state tonight.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So my preference will be before transmitting the document to do it once and do it right. Coming and revisiting, I don't think is efficient, and then the state may have to go through twice revising the documents. I don't think it's effective and efficient for the city of Roswell and for the state. So I'm more the idea of do it once and do it right. So I wonder if we can defer this item for the next mayor and council meeting, and then, share all these suggested improvements to the comp plan 2040, and then in 2 weeks, we vote on that, for yea or nay on all the improvements suggested here, and then in 2 weeks could be transmitted. Is this something that the timing will allow?
Here's my concern. I want this going back to the stakeholder committee, and I don't know how quickly they can get together, even with Zoom. I'm not sure how quickly they can get together and discuss this. We can push it out 2 weeks, I'm sure, but I want the committee that was formed for this very task to review whatever ideas that are out there tonight. The other thing, too, is I would like to point out that this could have been done weeks ago, but it wasn't. So when we're kicking the can down the road, that can's rolling pretty fast, and it's disturbing to me because we need to get the city's business done. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. Although certainly my number one preference and the ideal is doing it once, doing it right. So I certainly share Councilman Zapata's view there. But at the same time, I do certainly want to get the committee engaged. So something I would support is I know the first motion, I believe, is going to be regarding the staff updates as well as the RS-18 clarification. And then separately, I'll certainly take Councilman Tiser's olive branch on the sight unseen list that any council member has tonight, getting over to staff to get over to the committee. But ultimately, what I'd be looking for is in a motion that if we're going to motion to transmit this, that we're also motioning that through Zoom, the committee is having a meeting by, it's June 14th today, by July 15th. I figure with Zoom, that should be more, that should be more than enough time, and just to make sure that we are getting this back, come the beginning of August.
And I believe that's what I said when I asked Councilmember Hall, when she makes a motion, to be very clear that none of this is going to be dropped through the cracks. And it needs to be done, and it needs to be done yesterday. Councilmember Judy?
Yes, just to clarify, I agree with Councilmember Tiser. I think that if this was in the packet, the changes, there would be some more people here to speak, not knowing what they are, but I'm sure there would be some more people who speak on the comp plan. So just want to clarify with Councilman Palermo and that if we are not going to discuss these items tonight, they'll go to the committee and then we will discuss them when they come back. Thank you.
And please clarify, just for the record, when you say committee, it's not our committee.
Sorry.
It's the stakeholder
The
committee.
stakeholder committee.
Correct.
Comp plan stakeholder committee.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall?
I think Ms. Dybel was going to answer a question about, or if you could answer the question, you have to transmit something tonight? I'm getting confused if a partial comp plan is going to get transmitted with the thought of having this time for discussion on the things that we met about, and that I thought we were going to discuss here as a group later.
So just as a point of clarification, we are up against a very tight time frame. We are expected to allow them 120 days to review the document. Historically, they don't take that long. If we were to try and do what's been suggested about going to the stakeholder committee first, I have severe concerns about us being able to meet that deadline. Trying to convene the stakeholder committee, it is the middle of summer, vacation time, et cetera. I have some concerns about being able to get enough of them to have that participation that we want them to have in the discussion. The second point of clarification, just to make sure that is understood by everyone, is that the recommendation by staff is to transmit a document as soon as possible. Once we transmit that document, we can make no changes to it other than what DCA may direct us to do in their comments back to us, which would be adopt this way if they have comments. If they don't have any comments, it's expected to adopt that document they've just reviewed. So there's not a back and forth of, oh, we want to make some more changes because we've had some more thoughts about it. It doesn't mean we can't have the discussion with the stakeholder committee in parallel with that, but what would need to happen to meet that time frame for us not failing to comply by October 31 with an adopted document is to have that conversation in the meantime, and then as soon as it's adopted, we begin the process to do an amendment to it. So we don't have anything fall through the cracks, we keep the ball rolling, but as soon as we transmit, we can't make any changes to the document that DCA is going to be reviewing unless they come back with comments. And if I misspoke, Eric, on any of that, please correct me. But so we certainly support bringing it back to the stakeholder committee. We think that's a great option, and we believe that that public comment period that would be a part of that is going to be very important with the number of changes that were brought to staff. But I don't believe there's enough time to be able to do it before the document goes to DCA and then be a part of the first adopted document that you do before October 31. Hopefully that makes sense and kind of that's your two paths. We either run the risk of not meeting the deadline, or we meet the deadline with a document that we know we're going to change starting November 1st.
So there would be no changes until it's adopted, and then
we would do an amendment to it. Yes, ma'am. That is correct. So I wanted to clarify that we can start the stakeholder committee meetings. We might need more than one with the number of items that are on there. I mean, I just don't know. We want to make sure we give them ample time to go through them all and understand what those changes mean. And I actually saw, I believe, one from Ms. Stiddicker tonight that I wasn't even aware of. So there might even be more that they have that they would want to bring to the table, and I would encourage that. But that would be exactly it. You'd want to go through the process of transmitting what we're comfortable transmitting now and adopt it, and then start that amendment process. But we'd be ready based on continuing to have that dialogue with them over the next couple months.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. I have another idea, another suggestion, thinking outside the box. So what about if in the next 10 days, we do a joint work session with the stakeholders of the committee, plus mayor and council, and then in 2 weeks, we bring it to mayor and council vote. So in this way, we expedite, it's more efficient having together stakeholders, members, and mayor and council members. And then in 2 weeks, we vote yea or nay on all these suggested improvements to the comp plan. I'm just throwing another idea out there.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I'm not in favor of kicking the can down the road. This is the 2040 comp plan. This isn't a zoning plan that goes into effect that makes us all have to comply that exact moment. So if we go with the parallel process that's been described, we can pass a resolution. We can pass a resolution that says, here are the changes we want to make the moment that right after we adopt it. So we can go down that path. We can have a vote that says we agree with the following 27 things long before we approve it, and then have an official vote to approve them after the state's done and we've made the initial approval. We can do we can have the amendment ready. We can have the amendment approved by in advance, and then let me just finish. I'm not saying we submit the amendment. We have it ready. We've made our commitment as a council, okay? And then the moment we can, we drop it in the hopper, okay? So the state, and let me just say one other thing. The state might come back and have this approved in 30 days, okay? In which case, right, now we're behind because we've got to get the process rolling with whatever these items are. And so I'm not in favor of kicking the can. I'm in favor of let's get this thing submitted.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And again, obviously my favorite is the proposal from Councilman Zapata, because I do want to get this right. But that being said, I will support the process we've discussed earlier. But what I want to stress is to Councilman Tizer's points, the making sure that it is parallel process running real fast. So what I would definitely look for in a motion would be making sure that staff tomorrow is sending a list to the committee and looking for dates, and to ensure that stakeholder meeting is happening by July 14th at the latest, to make sure at the very latest we can be meeting in early August. And to Councilmember Tizer's point, that small chance the state's faster, let's hope that we can all be faster, in which case we don't have to wait till early August. We can knock this out in late July or whenever that soonest is. But with those details and those requirements, I think, although not ideal, I think it is a compromise.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I was proposing is not to kick the can, is to do it once, do it right, do effective, do efficient. So if we cannot transmit the suggest improvements to the stakeholder tomorrow morning by email to all of them, then in 10 days we get all together, go through all these suggested items, and then in 2 weeks we vote in a mayor and council meeting. That is not kicking the can. As it's not a kick in the can to just transmit now and then later go through this, which could be also perceived as a kick in the can. But in my case, just suggesting to do it once, do it right, and do it in 2 weeks, if this is possible with this mayor and council. We just need, honestly, we just need to tune up this comp plan. We have the capacity, we were elected by the people of Roswell, so we can take the responsibility to tune up this suggested from the stakeholders and staff.
And what I would like to clarify is, and for what I think are very good reasons, I would like the stakeholder committee to come back to us with recommendations. A joint work session with the electeds and the committee generally doesn't go well because the electeds rule in the room and it stifles conversation. And I would much rather have this committee having open dialogue and conversation and making a recommendation to us. That's what they have done so far. So I think that we really need to respect that process, and I would like a recommendation from them, and then, you know, we can do what we need to do on our end. Councilmember Hall.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Then I will call for a motion.
Unless anybody has any other comments. Okay, so let's see if I can get it right. So my motion is going to be to have, to accept the staff comments, which are to add rec and con to major activity, to add rec and con to commercial mixed use, add rec and con to Holcomb Bridge Road, add con to historic area downtown, as rec was already on that grid, and to be sure that RS 18 is not included in suburban residential. They also indicated the CF7 and the NCR9, that be included. And I believe that's all the staff recommendations. Nope.
There were two more: to remove commercial heavy from Holcomb Bridge and remove industrial flex from Holcomb Bridge.
Thank you very much. In addition to that, that the list of proposed options that were generated by some council members.
We are going to take a separate motion on that.
Separate motion, okay.
Yeah, so we'll do the, what we just discussed, we'll do the transmittal, and then we'll do a motion on the, whatever is hanging out there.
So the motion is to transmit as I've just described.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Hall.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. Clarifying question?
Yeah, so it was my understanding, so I agree and understood there were going to be two separate motions. I thought the first motion was to add these items and make these updates to it. I thought that was one motion. And then a second motion I thought was transmittal, basically with the conditions that the time frame and all those details. That was my understanding.
Well, you could divide it several different ways. I just divided it differently than you did. Mine and Councilmember Hall included transmittal along with the staff recommendations tonight, and then there can be a second motion, which I would recommend, or we could do three motions. Keep transmittal separate from this, and then keep the recommendations separate from that. But what I would suggest is we entertain her motion, and then we ask for the next motion to entertain the options that have been presented by some council members. So does that work for you, Councilmember Hall?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. So one little hanger on here. I did tell the public that we would come back and talk about the comp plan in general. We can either, why don't we go ahead and entertain this motion, because it still is offering that we change. So if the public would like to speak before we transmit whatever it is we have to the committee, then the committee can also entertain any of the comments the public has made. So,
Got an issue with that.
excuse me, Councilmember Tizer.
I've got an issue with taking public comment on items that that the public hasn't seen. And so the committee will be, the members of the committee who are here, the stakeholder committee who are here, will hear public comment, but they won't hear public comment from the people who may be pro or con to any given item. And so I'm struggling with that. If the public comment is about, should we send a list of things that we haven't seen to the committee, that's fine. I think the votes are there to go ahead and do that. But I'm struggling with taking public comment on things that the public hasn't seen.
Well, and I'm not asking the public to comment on specific items, but I think that there are people here in the public that may want to speak tonight because they've been sitting here waiting to speak tonight about the comp plan. So, about the comp plan in general. So we might have somebody in the public that's got a great idea that needs to be included in this transmittal, so.
That's fine.
Thank you. So we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Councilmember Judy, Palermo, Wilsey, Tizer, and Hall. All those opposed, Councilmember Zapata. Okay, now before we entertain the motion on the transmittal part, I'm going to open it back up for public comment as well as council comment. So where we stand right now, correct me if I'm wrong, is we've got 2 items taken care of. Now we're going to deal with these nebulous things that are floating around out there, which nobody knows what they are. So what I would suggest, and whatever these items are, number 1, we get those out to the public via website, something, whether it's along with our motion tonight on how to get that to the stakeholder committee, also how to get it to the public, and then council's going to have to debate this as well. So what I'd like to do, does council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Hall.
Yes, I have a question. So for the second motion, staff has these proposed other changes. Some came from staff, some came from council members. Those are the items that are to be distributed?
It could be those items, and it could be if council has any other items that they want.
And so that motion will come after the meeting?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So my question maybe to legal department, are we done with item 11? We already vote.
We are not finished. We're waiting for another motion and public comment.
Okay, so we can vote twice on the same item? Is it legal, is for
There
legal
are 3
department?
separate motions. Yes, that can be done.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anybody in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir, please come forward.
Jason Yowell. I've got 2 things. The first is a question. My understanding of the comp plan is that is your land use plan. The land use plan is the foundational document upon which the zoning code sits. The zoning code should be referencing the land use plan, not the other way around. I don't understand how the land use plan can specifically reference specific zoning categories. It's a little backwards. The land use plan should be focusing on density, should be focusing on land use, and the zoning should conform to what the land use plan is recommending because it is a foundational document. I'm just a little confused about the backward referencing that I don't understand. The other thing that I find is interesting is the one thing that's been constant in the land use plans through the last, I don't know, over 10, 15 years, is there's only one section in the entirety of the city that is designated for conservation, and that is the Vickery Creek Park area, which is owned in part by the federal government, the state government, and the city government. And here we are contemplating adding conservation into other land use areas, And yet the one area in the entirety of the city that for years and years and years has been the only area designated for conservation. Does anybody know what the zoning for the Vickery Creek Park area is? I can tell you this, it's not conservation, it's rec. It's kind of an odd disconnect that you're worried about expanding the places to put conservation, and yet you only have one area in the entirety of the city that's actually designated for it. I just find it odd. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Meg McClanahan, 145 Roswell Farms Circle. I just wanted to point out that the staff recommendations for the comp plan were not actually included in the packet, and as it was pointed out, they weren't given to the stakeholder committee either. So if someone wanted to have public commented on those tonight, they weren't available prior to seeing the presentation. Thank you.
Are you suggesting that we pull the entire comp plan?
No, I just wanted to point that out. Councilmember Tizer had noted that he didn't want other things brought up because they weren't available to the public prior. Well, the staff recommendations weren't either.
I believe they were in a committee report that we reviewed. No? Okay.
As we stated earlier, those did not go back to the stakeholder committee. And we didn't have any other public input between when the document was made available to the general public or to the committee in beginning of May. We did have it at the committee meeting, but we didn't present our recommendations then. We pointed that out earlier.
Okay, well then what I'd suggest we do is to pull that motion and send that back to the stakeholder committee as well. I was not aware that that wasn't part of the public packet. Councilmember Tizer.
I think it was part of a public packet that was at a committee meeting. When I say committee, I mean a committee of council, not the stakeholders. I've seen that somewhere before.
When we presented the update on the comp plan to council at committee, we did not include the recommended changes at that time. It was still under review.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So clearly, you know, there's things, there should be the ability to update a packet, you know, sooner than just a week in advance or whatever the, or however many days in advance, and so we can get stuff like this in there. That being said, what I'm certainly not comfortable doing is transmitting something where if we know there's consensus for improvements, I feel we elected officials have an obligation to make it the best possible. Again, I obviously have a long list of things I think will make it even better, but if we found something that there's consensus, the last thing I'd want to do is transmit it, even though we all agree up here and we've all voted up here that we feel we can make it better. So I feel we definitely need to make sure, again, that this all gets emailed to the committee tomorrow, and there'll be the chance for updates. But I do feel we have to move on with the second motion and just make sure we lay out a fast time frame to make sure the stakeholder committee is getting together as soon as possible, so that we can all get back together as soon as possible on this.
What's the pleasure of council? Councilmember Tizer.
Let's move on to the second motion. And if the council decides that they want to rescind the other motion, then I would bring forward a motion that says that we approve it without any of those changes to get sent forward. So I think it's time to move on to the second motion. And as I've said before, I'm willing, sight unseen, to move those forward to the committee. I also think that a couple of comments that Ms. Snedeker made should go back to the committee also, because I thought those were some great comments. But let's not hold up the, let's not put the city at risk here. That's just not the right thing to do.
Additional comments? Yes, Councilmember Hall.
I just have a clarifying question. So the motion second that number one, that's out there to transmit with these items this is for Mr. Davidson. Are we within our right or within the law to do this, considering those items were not made public?
As the council, you have the right to do it. If you want to, anybody that voted in favor of it can reconsider their vote if they want, and you can change that if you want and go to just a transmittal as is and send everything to the committee, if that's the wish of the council. So whoever voted in favor of, somebody can make a motion that they want to reconsider that, and then you can make a new motion. Or you can just leave it as it is. You have that ability as a council.
So I'm sure you would appreciate a straw poll, maybe, on what. I think that what I'm not sure what I'm hearing, but I think I'm hearing that to do the transmittal, but staff suggestions tonight, all encompassing, and council suggestions go back to the stakeholder committee. But we transmit the basic document tonight. Councilmember Palermo.
No, so that's for my straw poll. That is not what I'd support. So I stick by my yes vote on transmitting it. If we were to remove those staff updates and the committee update, then I would change my vote to a no. And again, that is a compromise because I feel we could make it even better, but I certainly will not support transmitting something that has something that we all agreed upon does make it better from both staff and the stakeholder committee.
So what you're saying, Councilmember Palermo, is you support the way the motion was made to begin with, but you would not support a modification. The only reason why I suggested the modification is that it was pointed out to us by a community member that we aren't being transparent with what staff brought forward tonight. Now, so I was just giving that option, but Councilor Palermo, you're comfortable with the way it is? Other council members, just give me yes if you're comfortable, no if you're not. I'm not getting yeses or nos.
I think you are.
Okay, okay.
Yes, yes. There's
Okay.
two yeses over here.
Okay.
Mike is a yes.
I think it's certainly not an ideal situation, but I think it's.
No, it is not.
You know,
I'm just trying to
I think-
salvage this thing.
Right, I think because we have not been privy to a transparent process with the changes that are being discussed without even knowing what we're talking about, has kind of put us all into a little bit of a bind. But I do think we've heard repeatedly what a deadline we're under, and this really affects a lot of things that go on in the city as far as funding, grants, and we really do need to get moving along with that. And we'll have the chance to make changes and amendments later on, as we've heard.
Thank you. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So, if this stay as it is, this will show the irony of the argument why not to also vote in other proposals today. That will definitely be the irony of the excuse or the argument of not to vote on council members here tonight proposal to improve the comp plan 2040.
That was a suggestion by Councilmember Palermo, so you can either vote for or against it. So you voted against the motion to begin with, so I'm sure you stand with that. Then Councilmember Hall, do you have a second motion? Councilmember Judy? Oh.
No, I don't think that that's the case, Councilmember Zapata, trying to put people in boxes here. Actually, I think that we're at a position now, post this, that the votes aren't there to transmit this, and I'm not going to put the city at risk by not transmitting this at this point. So don't act like you know what I'm thinking. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes, here is the second motion.
Thank you.
The second motion is that we transmit the suggested improvements, both staff and council, and recommendations from the public to the comp committee. They will meet in the next 4 weeks and return their recommendations or feedback back to us by July 15th. I was just looking for when the committee meetings are.
Is it the committee meeting July 15th? No. Okay. Pardon? July 13th.
July 13th. So it would come back to the committee on July 13th, and it would be presented and discussed at that meeting.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Hall. Do we have a second?
So I'd like to, can I just have one clarifying, and then I'd love to second?
Let me recognize you first. Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you. Could, again, since Councilmember Hall, you mentioned those dates were the at the latest, so by those dates, which is great. Could you, with the hope of it going even sooner than then, could you include in your motion that tomorrow staff will provide any updates from council, as well as a resident from the public tonight brought up some additional ones? Could we make sure that tomorrow, that's when they're sending the potential updates, as well as tomorrow sending to the stakeholder committee to get them to meet as soon as possible? I just want to make sure this is really moving fast within the motion.
Well, and I'd like to suggest that the transmittal to the committee begin tomorrow. Members of this council still have not reviewed anything that you're talking about. So I don't want to ask council, after staying here all night, to not sleep and try to get their thoughts in this before it's transmitted. So there might be some conversation that goes on there, but the transmittal would begin. The other thing, too, that I want to make sure that we include is that I don't know how would the best way to get this out to the public, but the public as well should be notified on the things that we have discussed tonight and the things that we have not discussed tonight. And let the public know that these ideas are coming forward, that there hasn't been a vote on them, there has not been consensus, but these are coming forward, so we would appreciate your thoughts. Councilmember Tizer.
Let me just add one thing. We're not actually voting to adopt the plan tonight. We're just voting to submit it to get that process started. So I'm good with the motion you've made.
Councilmember Hall.
Mayor Henry, could you clarify, did you want me to add a date of tomorrow to the motion?
To start transmitting the information to the committee and to the public tomorrow. But there will, I'm sure, be additions or conversation around those once we see them. So
Thank
we
you.
just begin.
I'd like to amend my motion. I'd like to amend my motion to include that.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. And we've got a second by Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It's Judy, Palermo, Hall, and Tizer. All those opposed? Zapata's opposed. Councilmember Wilsey?
I would like to abstain. I do not find it to be transparent or responsible to vote on a list that I haven't seen and that no one in the public has seen. I hope that it will be made public very soon so that I can take a look at this list. But at the moment, I can't vote on something I haven't seen.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilsey. And I would like to say that, only in Roswell, but, we're transmitting information to people that I don't know what that information is. But we're going to transmit information so the committee will know that it has come from individual council members, and and they need to take that into account. Because, for example, I can't have a conversation about these items tonight. So I understand what you're saying, but I think that we need to be very clear that we're not transmitting these items as a stamp of approval. We're transmitting them for further discussion so that the committee can review and we can have the discussion. I don't know if that helped. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Hall. We've got a second. And you abstained, and Councilmember Zapata voted against. So the motion carries. Okay, so, and I apologize to the native plant people. We're going to take just a 10-minute break, and then we'll discuss native plants. Item on the agenda, I'm pulling out of order, which is the approval of a resolution in support of native plants for the city's future landscaping projects. Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Henry. And again, for those listening in or here, the many in person, thank you for your patience. That was an item that we do once every 5 years, a very important one. And 5 years ago, it was one where each council member brought their different updates. Everybody rolled up their sleeves and got through it. But I think we did have the right outcome earlier today, and really excited to move forward with this item. So also this in the agenda, it shows it as my item, but actually I'd want to thank this council, because actually reality this is a council item because committee did unanimously approve moving this from committee to council at the last committee meeting, and I thank this council for it, and I'm really hopeful that we can see this pass tonight. I'm really hopeful that it can be unanimous, because just as with many of my zoning updates I've made over the years that were really copying some things going on in Alpharetta, this is something I think Roswell can really lead in, and I think we can really be a regional leader in this and taking an important first step of how we're making sure that Roswell is even greener. And of course, when I use the term greener, it obviously depends on the season and all that, but just really, I think we've seen from so many residents, there's such a high value put on just knowing that Roswell is an environmental leader, and I think this is a great opportunity for it. So what I'd like to discuss with this council, I know that we've discussed this topic multiple different times, and what I want to discuss is, so we have the version that's in the packet, and I want to discuss two updates that I believe that are compromises that hopefully will get unanimous support to proudly implement this. So those two compromises that I'd like to talk through are what you'd see in the packet is it mentions year one is changing from 50% to 60%. And there's a very specific reason why, and that's Director Leatherman, who has a much-deserved vacation this week. He had brought up the request and to really have year one just focus on rec and parks and not citywide for the purchases. And with that, rec and parks, you know, he brought up and was aware does have the ability to go higher than 50%. So that's the reason for the increased percentage, along with it being just rec and parks in year one. And then again, really year two is really staying the same with what we had at last committee. So that's the first update that I'd like to mention and was achieved with Director Leatherman in a number of different separate discussions. And then there was also a clarifying thing, and this was the really the final item to get a lot more comfort with staff, and it's the last sentence of section 1. And I don't believe this part is in the packet. I did send an email to council as well as to, of course, when Director Leatherman and I had worked out this type of language. So the final sentence is it just dealt with, at the last committee meeting, Councilman Judy brought up a concern on what does that committee process look like and aspects like that. And that was certainly an ongoing concern with staff. And so here was the update that I had worked with staff. In circumstances where replacement of non-native with native plants is not feasible, the city department shall file a notification at the next council committee meeting for any project that results in a cumulative year-to-date annual percentage of native plants lower than the above requirements. And certainly, Mr. Davidson, if there's any clarification there, I'm certainly fine with wordsmithing, but do want to make sure we keep the intent here. Basically, this change or clarification does two things. One, well, I guess in its entirety, it makes it lined up with when I originally met with Jay, our city landscape architect, as well as Mr. Leatherman and others. This lines up a little closer to how I described it, which was one, that we were looking at it as an annual basis and not a per project basis. Obviously, the goal and the hope is that per project we are really achieving a much greater amount of natives, which we've obviously already gone through in multiple meetings, all the benefits and advantages of that. But so that's one thing that it does, is makes clear that it looks at just purely when the annual cumulative, that's when it's being met. And the updated wording was a notification and not a request for exemption or whatever the wording was prior. And the reason is, council has the authority to hold a vote to override something, but it's being made to clear with staff. They're just bringing notification, and it's up to council how they choose to react to that notification. So that was the sentence update that I wanted to discuss with this council based on the discussions with Mr. Leatherman. And today, from a fellow council member, I got a email in, and actually was even really I put together some words actually at the beginning of this meeting, but basically the request was, I would like to add a sunset/best efforts clause to the end of this that reads something like, at the end of the 3 years that this ordinance shall be renewed and or modified in good faith by Roswell Mayor and City Council with consideration of all information gained in the execution of this initial ordinance. And so with that, I certainly have concerns with using the term sunset in any way, because I really feel it's important that this is really showing us leading and showing that we are committed to really all the benefits of supporting and improving our environment, and doing it in a way that actually long-term can save money, improve stormwater issues, et cetera, and so many other aspects with our environment. So I have a lot of concerns with the exact words, but it was brought up. Just any wordsmithing is appreciated. So here's what I'd like to propose and really would like to discuss with this council. What I've done is I've added a number 8, which just says, in June 2024, staff will bring forward a committee item discussing this resolution to explore opportunities for improvement. And the reason I see that as a very reasonable compromise is because, one, we're putting in a date there. It's 3 years in advance, so I think it compromises from that standpoint. It will bring to committee. It will be brought up for for discussion, and certainly, obviously, we always want to look for opportunities for improvement, and it gives a chance really just to walk through what's been done, what's been accomplished, what this has looked like, and I think that's important. Something to be aware of too is council always, current council, future council, always has the ability to change existing resolutions. They always have the ability to change existing ordinances. So from that standpoint, I'd argue that language isn't even needed. But at the same time, I think this is hopefully something that gets us there, and certainly open to any just suggestions on what makes it better to accomplish the goal.
Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Councilman Palermo. This is a long time coming. I remember speaking to Gus and Jennifer, I don't know, a year ago. I don't know how long this has been on, but I counted since last Monday, we've received 41 emails from the public regarding this, so there's obviously a lot of passion here. I've also been speaking to staff quite regularly on what this looks like to make it sure it has the best opportunity for success. I don't think sunset's the right word. I might have typed that, but the staff, from speaking to staff, they felt like looking at this a certain time period toward in 3 years was the date because of the way it was written. We can improve it based upon the feasibility, what we're doing good, what we're doing bad, and any new advancements in technology, et cetera. So I would be all right with the improvement language. I think staff would be all right with that from speaking to them about what they wanted. So for me, I'm excited about this. I think it's been a long time coming, and you know, a lot of people worked really hard on it, and I appreciate all the input, and I think it's kind of a model of how we can work together on important things like this, so appreciate it.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very excited that this is moving forward. As I've mentioned before, my sister-in-law started the West Georgia Native Plant Society chapter and is still active in it, and I've been on many plant rescues. I just have a comment about item number 8, or having to put a sunset item in, something like that. I view this as the resolution not as an operating document. I mean, they're going to be operating and improving what they're doing just by what they do and learning. And I'm concerned that if we put some language of a time period and that it's an operational thing to look at improvements, that we dilute it, or I guess I don't understand why we would even want to have something like that when we can change the resolution at any time.
I think that what Mr. Leatherman was concerned about, or at least he conveyed to me, was this threshold when you hit 80%. He looks at this as being a pilot program, and when we get to the point, which would be 3 years out at the 80%, is that doable? Do we need to change anything? What have we learned from the pilot program? And staff would like this to be formal so that we do come back and look at that again, rather than staff just struggling through something, because staff isn't going to come to us and ask us to change a resolution. I'll tell you that much right now. But if it's working and we can flip over to the 80%, I'd say we go for it. But if there are any challenges that we're having, I think that having a definitive time period to have that conversation would be very beneficial. Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you. So are we saying that we're okay with, in June of 2024, staff will bring it to a committee meeting to explore opportunities for improvement, which is Mike Palermo, with the words you used? You're okay with that, Matt? Seems reasonable.
Thank you, Councilmember Tizer. Additional comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for the work that you've done on this. I think it's been kind of raised some very important community conversations, and I've enjoyed talking with you about this. I am also especially supportive of using the native plants as well as the eradication of the invasive plants that are in the parks, and also just some real concerted efforts on education and promoting why we're doing it and what the benefits for the environment are. So look forward to seeing it moving forward, hopefully. Thank you.
Additional comments from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? And if anyone would like to come forward and speak, I would love to have you here, but let me just tell you that this is a really positive opportunity we've got going on here. So if you want to look at the smiles and the nodding up here, you might learn that this has a very good chance of passing. So just saying, please come forward and speak. If there's something that you all would like to add to the conversation, we'd love to hear it.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for the consideration of this proposal. Yeah, we've been working on it for a long time.
Please identify yourself.
I'm sorry,
Thanks.
I'm Gus Hador, and I live at 175
Yes.
Jade Cove Drive.
Thank you.
I think we probably would all agree that we live in a time of great change. Miami's having to consider a 20-foot seawall. The governor in Utah is asking people to pray for rain. And so what's going on with the climate crisis is impacting us, whether we really pay attention to it or not. So the city has done a lot of great things. We feel like we still have a lot of work that we need to do related to the environmental issues that we face. We're still taking down a lot of trees at a time when we need our trees more than ever. So I think that the one thing that's an easy step for us to take is to embrace the idea of planting more native plants and dealing with the invasive plants that we have, because that's sustenance for songbirds and pollinators and butterflies, and that's critical. I mean, we don't want our kids to grow up without knowing the world that we've had the pleasure of growing up in. So do the right thing and make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Hi, Jennifer Philippi, 3025 Manor Creek Court, Roswell, Georgia, obviously. I thank you very much for your guidance on this, Mayor Henry. There is a prepared statement here, and I will not waste the mayor and council's time, but I do want to point out when this comes up for consideration again, that we do take a look at our website and our commitment to being an environmentally friendly community, the gold standard that we are so proud of, our mission and vision statements, and let this guide these further conversations in 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Additional comments from the public? Yes, please come forward.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm Lori Randall. I live at 900 Cedar Knoll Drive, and I really appreciate all of your time now and over the last year and a half with the discussions we've had about this. And like Gus was saying, I just urge you all to think big picture, not only about all of the beautiful nature that we enjoy here in Roswell and that we all appreciate, but about our kids and grandkids and just the ability to enjoy the sort of regular everyday things that we do, that we really do have to think about how we're stewards of our world and think about how we need pollinators for the food we eat. We need to stop, using pesticides, and this is just a great step in the right direction in terms of taking care of this city that we love. So thank you all.
Thank you. Additional comments from the public? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Mayor and City Council. My name's Jane Walsh, and I live at 53 Fowler Avenue in Roswell. I'm a resident, and I'm also a volunteer in one of your parks over at Smith. And Paula Lindsay, also a resident and in the audience, is my co-leader. And we've been working probably there for about 10 years, and we're trying to convert 2 acres back, a forest, back to a native forest, which was kind of turned into an exotic forest of Asian plants. So we're working already for you, and we've been working for you, and we do appreciate your support in this ordinance. So start voting. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do. Volunteers make the city a community, and we couldn't do it without you all. And I thank God every day that we all have different passions, because by working together, we can create the environment or sustain the environment that we all want for our children and grandchildren and for ourselves. So thank you for your passion. Thank you for your volunteerism. It's just so important here in Roswell. Please know you're appreciated. Additional comments from the public? Yes.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Norris, and I'm from 1070 Cranberry Creek here in Roswell. And I just wanted to say thank you all for your consideration of this resolution. It's very, very important to me personally, and I wanted to put a little bit of a personal face on it while also respecting everybody's time at this late hour. I first became interested in native plants when I started feeding my backyard birds, because once you start feeding them, you start counting them, and you start looking for the special birds. You start finding out what else they need so that you can get more and you can get the pretty ones. And once you do that, you realize all of these native birds need native plants in order to survive. And by survive, I mean they need the native plants so that their one little brood of chicks that they have every year can eat those 6,000 caterpillars that they eat. So little chickadees need 6,000 caterpillars to grow up. And they only get those 6,000 caterpillars from native oaks. So if we don't have the native oak that supports those 6,000 caterpillars, we don't have the chickadees, and it's been proven that they just don't show up, or they have many fewer eggs in their broods, or their chicks just don't survive. So it's important to me because I look out on my back porch and I look at my bird seed and all of the bluebirds and the chickadees and the nuthatches and all of the adorable little birds that I like to spend some time with every day. And I see them, and I know that we have to support them in order for them to keep coming back. So I just wanted to say thank you again so much for your time. I very much appreciate you thinking of the plants and the birds and the butterflies and the bees and everything that we need to be happy and healthy here in Roswell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Additional comments from the public? Yes, please come forward.
Lucia Frazier, 485 Hardscrabble Road. I just wanted to comment on this. Very appreciative that this team put this together. We have honeybees. We really appreciate that if this, with this going forward, there would be less pesticides and used, which is really great for us. More pollination of our vegetables, everybody's vegetables, because they travel to other lots. So we appreciate all that, and I think this is a great point about the culture, or Roswell culture, to be more green space, more environmental. So just make sure you keep that in mind as we keep talking about our comprehensive plan. So more green space, more people growing their own vegetables, more people growing, keeping pollinators alive, more native plants. All of that is what makes Roswell awesome. And that's why people really love it. So I just wanted to comment on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sir, I believe you had your hand up.
Hello, I'm Joshua Owens. I live at 5095 Eves Place in Roswell. Good evening, Mayor Henry and council members. Really glad to participate in this, my first exciting meeting. I just wanted to say I came because I know there was talk about native plants in Georgia. I was just informed by the very kind and respectful Paula that cannabis is not considered a native plant in Georgia. So if I'm speaking out of turn, I understand, and I'm happy to wait until August 30th to be at an open mic night. But
Sir, you are speaking out of turn. It's about native plants, so
Understood.
I've
Thank you
met
so
with you
much for your
before.
indulgence. I
I've met with
appreciate
you
all your
before.
time.
I'm
Thank you.
happy to meet with you again. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no hands up, I'll bring it back to council. I am assuming, Councilmember Palermo, that you'll be ready to make a motion?
I am, Mayor. So again, I really want to thank council for the sound of support today, and certainly hoping this can be unanimous, because I think it's an important first step. It's certainly only a first step, but it's a very important first step. And I certainly want to thank really the residents that really put so much of this together, and so much expertise and effort and raising awareness. So thank you for all the work that went into this, and as well as just so many residents that took their time to really show all of us that really the environment in Roswell is so important, and that is an area we need to lead in and do a lot more. So with that, it's been a long time coming, and really proud to motion to approve a resolution in support of native plants for the city's future landscaping projects.
Second.
We have a motion, and what does your motion include? Any of the amendments that you presented this evening?
Yes, it includes the exact two amendments that I had mentioned that are not in the document.
What about the third, number 8?
Oh, well, so the first one I mentioned was already in the document. The second and the third, including number 8, were the ones that I spoke today.
And I'm not sure if staff will need some clarification on that.
So motion to approve the document that is in the packet with the updates of the final sentence of item number 1, paragraph number 1, which is, in circumstances where replacement of non-native with native plants is not feasible, the city department shall file a notification at the next council committee meeting for any project that results in a cumulative year-to-date annual percentage of native plants lower than the above requirements. And an addition of number 8, which is in June 2024, staff will bring forward a committee item discussing this resolution to explore opportunities for improvement.
Second.
I've got a motion by Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Zapata. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. And please don't feel like you have to stay. We're not offended if you leave. We'd love to have you, but we're not offended. The next item on the agenda is the Transportation Department. Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 13 is approval of a T-SPOS renewal project list. Mr. Del Ross.
Good evening, everyone. This is a big night for transportation. Obviously, you've cast a lot of votes already, but we're asking for you for a couple of more. Tonight, I am presenting our Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 T-SPOS project list for the renewal. This is due to the aggressive timeline that Fulton County has given us. This is critical that we vote on this tonight. The mayor will be asked to sign an IGA locking the city into the agreement with the rest of the cities and dictating how these funds are spent in the next week or two. Ultimately, this all will be placed on a referendum for the voters across Fulton County to vote on in November to decide whether they want to renew the 0.75 sales tax increment for the projects that the cities are moving forward. The list in your packets and the list you see on the screen, the project list is exactly what you passed in committee 2 weeks ago. I do want to point out a couple of changes. The column on the far right, this is a discussion item and guidance we received from you a couple of weeks ago. This is staff's best attempt to provide a date range on what we would, to the best of our knowledge, expect as an anticipated construction completion. Just to remind you, this tax, if the referendum passes in November, this tax will start collections in April of 22 and end in March of 27. So we've created 3 windows, an early window 23 to 25, a mid window 25 to 27, and a late window 27 to 29. Page forward to the list. So this is all Tier 1 project lists. The total of Tier 1 project lists is 73,388,385. You'll notice that, yes, that is very specific. There's a reason for it. The revenue projections by Fulton County, the guidance they've given to the cities is that we need to create Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 project lists down to the exact dollar that they've given us. So you will see Project P on the list. That project cost has been modified slightly in order to make the math work and get us to that 73,388,385 number. This is something you have not seen before. This is the format that Fulton County has asked us to submit our lists in. So the previous 2 pages, A through I and J through S, is simply the exact same projects, the exact same scopes, the exact same cost estimates, formatted in a slightly different format. This is what will be in the IGA. We don't intend on looking at this document very much. Obviously, the tables in the previous 2 slides have a lot more information for us to budget for and to manage moving forward. The map you see on the screen, this matches the Tier 1 list that was approved in committee and is up for discussion tonight. This is the Tier 2 list that was approved at committee. You'll see we have three, I'll call them 3 buckets. We have a bucket for intersection improvements, a bucket for bike ped master plan and creekway trails implementations such as Hogwallow Creek Trail, and we have a Big Creek Greenway boardwalk repairs for Tier 2, totaling $12.9 million, again, to the dollar from what Fulton County has asked us to budget to. Now you'll see the Tier 3 projects, 4 buckets, bridge replacements such as Jones Road Bridge, intersection improvements, ITS master plan update and implementation, including automated vehicle technologies, and a bike ped master plan implementation, all totaling $12.95. I do want to read one statement that I've already prepared. There has been a lot of discussion. We've talked about this with you for the past 4 months, ever since Fulton County gave us the guidance to move forward, but this is a question I've received a couple of times from residents. And how was this project list ultimately created? I'm going to go back to the Tier 1 list. You'll notice, those of you who are familiar with the 2016 Tier 1 list, that there are a lot of differences between 2022 and 2016. The number of projects is significantly greater. That's because we don't have a $50 million Big Creek Parkway on this list. We're talking about 16 projects versus 6. This process, staff initially developed and submitted to you a project list totaling about 60 or 70 projects that was double to triple of our budget. We reviewed those project lists and submitted those to you based on previously adopted planning studies, including the Transportation Master Plan, the Roswell Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, the North Fulton Comprehensive Transportation Plan, and the East Roswell Economic Action Committee's recommendations. Staff also conducted public outreach via survey in early March to solicit feedback and to give residents an opportunity to comment and suggest projects, basically adding to that list. That survey received 387 responses to that outreach request that we have already provided you. In late May, following the work session that we held here on May 10th, where the mayor and council provided impact on this project list, as staff again went out to the public for additional feedback. We received 332 responses to that feedback. Those comments down to the feedback for the choices and the individual free response comments are also, are all included in your packets tonight. This you have not seen. This is the Tier 2 and Tier 3 project list from previous, simply formatted in the format that Fulton County is requesting. We are asking for approval tonight. This is very time sensitive. We need your approval tonight on something in order to meet Fulton County's deadline to sign the multi-city IGA and place this on referendum in November. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Del Ross. Does council have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question, the alpha letters A, as they're labeled A, B, C, D, is that the order that they're getting done, or those were just the designations?
Councilmember Hall, the order you see on the screen is not priority whatsoever. Priority and the implementation strategy, schedule, priority, that will all be decided at a future date. If the referendum passes, the way we would handle this is we would be submitting annual budget requests to you just as we've been doing for T-Splost 1. For example, if this passes in April and May and next year, you would see a roughly $14 to $15 million budget request from transportation recommending use of T-Splost funds towards starting many of the projects you see on the screen. Another big difference between this list and T-Splost 1. T-Splost 1 was finishing many projects that were already underway, with the exception of Project G and Project H. Every project on this list is at ground zero as of today, would need to hire an engineer to start that work and would have concepts that would come through a public process that you would have a chance to approve those concepts as the project moves forward.
Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Mayor. Received a couple calls today from some citizens and businesses, well, business and citizen living on Woodstock Road, concerned about which side of the road the multi-modal path was going to be on. One of the businesses said it was going to take away parking. That in turn would put them at a loss of to what the code says they have to have. The other citizen was talking about multiple trees that would have to be taken down. I know that it's saying 27 to 29 here, and I spoke with you earlier today about impact. If we pass this tonight, there will be a pretty in-depth process of looking at impact on residents and locations and trees and businesses up and down Woodstock to determine the best way to do this path.
Project P on the screen, believe it or not, is one of the most difficult projects that is on this list. Most people would think, oh, a multi-use trail, that's easy. Project P, once we have an engineer on board, will require extensive analysis to try and balance cost minimization as well as an impact to a business. The example you just brought up, Councilmember Judy, and the city attorney will correct me if I'm wrong here. If as a result of a transportation project, a business were to fall below the minimum parking requirement from the city, that's something that they would be grandfathered into, and that's not something that we would be able to pursue anything against them for falling below that minimum as a result of the transportation project. Obviously, that's still an impact, and that's something that is very significant and is very important for us to work through those negotiations, but there wouldn't be any city code compliance step after that when the transportation project's finished.
Okay, so, but there will be a process that's kind of an impact study going through this with cost and all that on this after we pass this, and if it's excessive in any way, it will be up to council to either follow it or not.
There's been a lot of talk on Project P over the past couple of months on which side of the road is better than the other, and our hub and spoke map currently shows that on the east or the right side of Woodstock heading towards 92. What my director has stated with a couple of council members recently is that staff is planning to, over the next several months, do a little bit of a deeper dive, take a walk with a couple of our engineers and see if we can't provide a little bit more effort without going through and doing a full survey and a full topographic run and a full property analysis and a full engineered set of drawings to see if there's any way we can provide a little bit more guidance and to know before the referendum on ultimately if there is one side that we would travel along the entire corridor or whether there would be an opportunity to introduce maybe one crossing somewhere near the midpoint, maybe Roswell Area Park or Roswell North or the new middle school.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, obviously it was one of the top vote getters and from the public. I think it would be an unbelievable project if you know we could get it done. I want to make sure tonight that we're realistic in looking at it, and because I drove up and down there 4 times today and just looked at all the trees and all the stuff that might have to be moved, and I'm a little concerned, but you know, if we can stick it in here and it works, you know, obviously I think it's a great project. Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent. Yeah, and I want to echo Councilman Judy's comments as well to make sure that for all of these that staff's certainly looking at ways to reduce cost and looking for you know, just cheap, you know, lower cost options with each thing, as well as making sure that we're minimizing impact to businesses and looking at really just the big picture. So I think that's really important for everything on here. And it's also, I think, a great example why I had mentioned for anything that involves a multi-use trail, I would not be in support if it said what specific side, because again, I want to make sure that we are minimizing costs and being supportive of our businesses. So great points from Councilman Judy.
Additional comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Rob, for this list and shepherding us through this process. I really appreciate the work you and the Transportation Department have done. Question, between now and November, can you describe like what level, will there be an additional level of detail, and what kind of information will be going out to the public about these projects, just so that everyone understands and knows what they're looking at?
That's a great point that I haven't spoke about a lot yet. So with this vote tonight, we will be transitioning from the outreach and project list development phase into more of an education and helping residents answer the question, what will happen if this passes? We are not advocating, we are not telling people how to vote, but we are explaining if across the entire county, 50% plus 1 votes yes, then you can expect projects in Tier 1, A through S, to be constructed between 2023 and 2029. We are going to be, we're actually working on it right now. We're going to be finalizing it over the next couple of weeks, developing a little bit of a refined public outreach strategy from the plan that you saw back in February committee to get us through July, August, September, October, and November, leading towards the referendum. We will be having in-person public meetings. We will be having online options. We will be having chances to discuss the list with staff in a chat basis, similar to the webinar style that we had a couple of weeks ago. We are going to be doing everything we can to spread the word about this list, just like every other city will be doing.
Thank you. Additional comments from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir.
Well, we're kind of damned if we do and damned if we don't. We got to take the T-Splosh money or we lose it. But unfortunately, our DOT's in charge of it. And Their track record is abysmal when it comes to being stewards of public money. And as much as I've been asking for sidewalks on Pine Grove Road for 20 years, I'm afraid the price of it is going to be their complete street profile that widens the lanes, puts in full 4-foot bicycle lanes, and adds more truck traffic. When I built my house off of Pine Grove Road, there was no commercial traffic allowed. That's no longer possible because the traffic count on Pine Grove Road has reached the threshold at which the state will not allow a local governing authority to prohibit through commercial truck traffic. This is going to make it worse. When you widen the lanes and you put the bike lanes in the street, A, you make the whole project cost more. B, you are inducing truck traffic, you're inducing higher speeds. You are not creating a safer corridor, you are creating a hazard. And then when you couple that with the multi-purpose paths that you put on the sides, you are also now going after private property because you need a bigger right-of-way to put it all in. And these people never design anything with the people of Roswell in mind. The thing that's clear in this list of T-SPLOS projects is Dogwood, Grimes Bridge, and now Pine Grove, all the way to the Cobb border and Riverside, are all part and parcel along with Oxbow and the gateway to funnel traffic to Cobb County from the express lanes that are going to be put in between the river and Holcomb Bridge Road. I don't know why we're using T-SPLOS money not to improve intersections. This is where our problems are internally, but instead we're doing corridor improvements to flush through traffic for other governing authorities that aren't participating in the cost of the project, not in land, not in the quality of life. We're taking it on the chin, and I don't understand why it's irresponsible. We have got to have a transportation commission to provide oversight because these people are not qualified to design the roads to serve the people of Roswell. Look no further than Oxbow, 2 blocks away. Oxbow, Oxbow, Oxbow. Oh my gosh, what an overwrought disaster, because they don't know how to design anything reasonably. It's just incomprehensible. Let's not forget that they couldn't even put a crosswalk in at Riverside Drive without ripping it out twice. Took 3 tries to get a crosswalk, and yet they have no oversight. They have no supervision. Oh my gosh, you've paid more in right-of-way on Oxbow than you have in actual construction costs. It's insanity. We can't have it. We can't turn down the T-SPLOS, but oh my God, if you don't realize that these people their focus is facilitating cut-through traffic for other governing authorities, not solving traffic problems for the people of Roswell. If that's not clear, I don't know what to say. These guys are a disaster. And we need a transportation commission, or we are just going to destroy the fabric of the city because these guys don't care. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Bill Odre, 9755 Roberts Drive, Sandy Springs, Georgia. I'm just coming here to make sure you get enough money. because the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, and you're building a bridge. And Sandy Springs has never approached me owning the other side of the bridge. I talked to Mr. Del Ross about this. He said there's people that know, they don't. I don't want to get in a situation like Matt did when we were trying to renew our contract with your city. We were with your city for 20 years, loyal. You guys are voting on things, and you don't even know what you're voting on. And I thought after a year and a half, this transparency, I don't know, does transparency mean common sense? I don't know, but I didn't see it here tonight, and I didn't see it here when you were voting. He said, basically, and we're being recorded, I hope we're being recorded. Matt said, let's vote on something and then we'll fix it later. And then Leatherman said, we're gonna bring something to the table that's not even in the contract for the Park and Rec Department. In the Park and Rec Department, guess what you guys brought? Liquor on the river. You can't have liquor on the river. That's part of Fulton County. Fulton County has given you that property. We knew this for 20 years that we could never have liquor on the property, and you're taking a public park and turning it into a liquor store. And basically what I want to do is make sure you get enough money so that you guys can build the bridge on my property. You're gonna have to find me a place to live for a couple of years. You're gonna have to rent land to put all your equipment on. I know it's really funny because it's not on your property. It's not on your property. So it really is hilarious to you. I'm sure it is hilarious to you to laugh like this to me because it was you that didn't even use common sense. Common sense, being a public official.
Please address this council as a whole, not individual council
Okay,
members.
you all didn't look at anything properly. So I want to make sure that because you did not, like you profess, local businesses do this and that. We started the river, we're still on the river. And I just want to make sure if you want a right of way on my property, I want a right of way on your property. So I would hope you can consider this. I would also like to know why you don't let me know what's going on. So does it mean that when you start a bridge on this part of the property, it just comes to the middle, and then at the middle, it goes to somebody else because there's no coordination between Roswell and Sandy Springs on this? And how would you like a bridge? Would you like a bridge on your property, sir? Would you like a bridge on your property, sir?
Excuse me, sir.
I'm addressing you all.
No, just address us all.
You all like a bridge on your property. I don't know if you do, but seeing that there's no answers. But I just want to make sure that you help me because you haven't helped me in the past, and I think you should help me now. And I think you should have enough common sense to do what's right. You profess transparency, but you don't look into research. I mean, you're having a meeting tonight for a comprehensive plan, and I'm not a planner, but if the public doesn't even know and you're trying to vote on things and send it to the government, I mean, how transparent are you? So I think common sense has to roll, and I think as government, I mean, we're taxpayers. You should do what's right, and I hope you do. But I hope you can help me find out what you think you're gonna do on my property. And then I need you to think of what you're gonna do to help me for what you did to me in Roswell. And I would appreciate maybe y'all pray about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no one approach, council have any additional comments before I entertain a motion? I will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve item number 13.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Tizer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you very much. Item number 14 is the approval for the mayor and/or interim city administrator to sign an intergovernmental agreement, an IGA, between Fulton County and participating cities for use and distribution of the 2021 Transportation Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax TSPLOST proceeds. Mr. Del Ross.
Thank you, Councilmember Tizer. Council, this IGA is in your packets. I will not speak about it in great detail. 0.75% collected from April 22 to March of 27. Tier 1, 85% of the projected revenue. Tier 2 is the remaining 15%. Tier 3 is the 15% on top of the 100%. For those of you who want to see the numbers, these are the numbers, all the way from the 554 per the economic experts that we are expecting to collect over those 5 years from a Fulton County perspective, divided all the way down to the 86.3 that is expected to go to Roswell, the 73.3 that I already discussed in Tier 1, and the 12.9 discussed in Tier 2. That's all based on population, given Roswell's 15.81% of Fulton County, not including the city of Atlanta. The same list that you just saw approved in Fulton County's format, Tier 1 and Tier 2 and Tier 3. We are recommending approval.
Council, have any questions? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Do I have a motion?
Thank you all. Motion to approve item number 14.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Tizer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Item number 15. Ready? Thank you. Item number 15, approval for the mayor and/or interim city administrator to sign a task order for the design of the Old Alabama Road multi-use trail project with the city's on-call consultant, Van S. Hangen Bruslin, Inc., VHB, in an amount not to exceed $167,400.
Thank you, Councilmember Tizer. Council, Mayor Henry, this segment is badly needed. This is one of the top scoring sidewalks on our matrix. We have been discussing this for the past 4 months. Our initial recommendation to you was to construct a multi-use trail up against the road. Your guidance to us back at committee several months ago was to engage with the public and reach out to them and find out what their opinions are, and I'm sharing that with you tonight. At the February committee, you asked us to engage with the public. We created a website. We installed several signs in the park, and we also provided a outlet for residents to respond to us, either to be placed on a list for further updates about the project, of which there were approximately 40 people that were interested in that, as long as provide us written comments specific to the project. This is what the signs looked like in the field. This is a depiction of what the sign actually stated. The red, green, and blue lines you see on that map are as shown here. The proposal is to build a multi-use trail along the red, green, and blue lines from the driveway entering Big Creek Park to the traffic signal at Wooten Road. Map you see on the screen, this was able, we used our community relations staff and an idea and a avenue through the Nextdoor app to specifically target users of that app in the vicinity of this park. So it was not a citywide blast through social media. It was geographic to the park. This reached approximately 2,000 people. This is an example of, this is not site specific, but basically what we're talking about. This is a trail up against the road. This is not a trail through the park. Another rendering of what this trail would ultimately look like. We are talking about a trail up against the road. We will be impacting trees, so they are primarily brush, small trees up against the road. We have been working with our counterparts in Recreation and Parks for several months on this. The primary reason why we are recommending something against the road and not something through the park is due to the potential for significant tree loss if we build a trail through the park, primarily because of the heavy use of those trails in the park for bike users. Rusty Pruitt and I were joking earlier tonight. The idea of mixing a very popular and heavily used mountain biking crowd with families on bikes with people that are walking all on the same facility is generally not a recommendation from staff. We would need to relocate primarily the mountain bikers. So the impacts of the trail, building it through the park near the trail where there is now, plus the impacts to relocate a mountain biking trail is primarily why we're bringing you the recommendation we are tonight. Again, per the item, the cost to design is $167,400. We have available sidewalk connectivity funds to accomplish that task order and build every segment currently underway. So there is a segment on Woodstock that we've briefed you previously in committee, and there is also an actively designed segment on Hardscrabble Road west of King going to the RFB near the Target that we are actively under design and will have funds to construct. We will not have funds to construct this one and would be pursuing design and going through that right-of-way acquisition phase and shelving the project until construction funds are identified at a future time. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Del Ross. That was very thorough. Does council have any questions? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward? Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, again, it's a transportation project that doesn't take in consideration the feel of the users. They are much better, much more discreet, a little bit inside into the park, so you don't walk almost on top of Old Alabama Road with the experience that this bring to the users. And I think that we need to take a look at the options to go a little bit inside so you don't have the feeling that you are walking almost on top of Old Alabama Road. And I'm looking from the user experience. Transportation might be using different perspective, but I think that we deserve, for the magnitude of the project is maybe once in a lifetime project. So, I think that we should look seriously into the possibility to get at least portion maybe in and out, wherever is possible into the park, and give a different feeling to the users. So if we need to move a little bit the mountain bike trails, we do it. But again, I don't want to be a project that is 10 cents missing to the dollar and don't get a full great experience of walking almost into the park on a multi-use trail. And again, it's a once-in-a-lifetime project. We're not going to be changing this project in the future. I think if we put a little bit from the user perspective and see what it's going to take to get a better experience for the users there, not just ride a bike or a stroller or anything right next to the door, next to the road, and one of the most heavy use roads in the city of Roswell. So I think that I would encourage this council to really take a look and give directions to the transportation department to take a look on a more friendly experience to the users of this multi-trail. So again, require quite a bit investment from the city, and then missing 10 cents to the dollar because we didn't do a little bit different, I think we're missing an opportunity.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Rob, I did a question, and I think you might have mentioned, but what is the recommended distance? There's a grass strip that should be between the sidewalk and the street, correct?
Correct. So if the item as presented tonight is approved,
right,
we would be designing a minimum 2-foot grass strip along with a 8 to 10-foot multi-use trail behind it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I would also kind of reiterate that, anything that they can do to widen that grass strip or just make it a pleasing pedestrian experience in the design.
That's something that I was going to bring up to Councilmember Zapata's concern. It would be relatively easy for us to look at widening that grass strip, keeping the trail at relatively the same elevation of the road, but try and provide a little bit more distance without obviously making sure we aren't impacting significant specimen trees and not adding significant height to the wall that's going to be behind it. We can work through that during design to increase the grass strip width. The concern from staff would be that is a much different exercise than taking the trail and shifting it down into the park and basically aligning the trail similar to where the unpaved trail is right now that's being used. That would, to staff's best estimate, working with Rusty, working with Mr. Leatherman, be very impactful, primarily based on the mountain biking community being so involved in that area and needing to identify not just the impacts to pave the trail, but the impacts to relocate them to a different facility.
Right.
Based on the approval tonight, we will, during the design process, look for opportunities to increase the grass strip width where it doesn't cause, obviously, significant cost increase for an increased wall height or an increase in specimen tree impacts.
Okay, great. Yeah, I would say, in this photo, it does look very close, but I know there are some very good examples throughout the city where it is a little further. So, and going back to strategic plan, I think that's a line item in the strategic plan that we look at design and aesthetic elements to transportation projects. So this would be a perfect place to take that into consideration.
Councilmember Judy.
I agree with Maria. Having spoken to a member of the community in Tyson's Corner that lives right there this evening, who was here earlier and was going to speak in support of this item as is. They're very excited about this. It's right out in front of their homes. I asked about the meandering through the trees. He liked it the way it was for safety reasons and other reasons. So I support this as he said. He lives out in front of it, passes by it every day, and as staff recommends. So thank you.
Additional comments from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Do I have a motion?
Yes, a motion to approve item number 15 with guidance from council to pay special attention to the width of the grass strip.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Tizer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have recommendation for closure to discuss personnel litigation and real estate.
Do we have a motion?
Motion for closure.
Motion by Councilmember Tizer. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. We are adjourned.